Si no vuelvo en la mañana que nadie se asombre, que me fui contigo sin zapatos, alumbrado por tus ojos, con mi garabato, cantando los grillos, están avisando, la tribu está activa, no están esperando. Voy a candela como quiera, relajito en el monte y que saque eso por donde sea.
Five minutes, folks. Good morning. 5 minutes, so last chance for a coffee and good networking in the morning. Good morning. Welcome back, everyone, and what a wonderful last 2 days. So bear with me today, this morning. We saved the best for last, and I see some new faces, so you guys are in for a treat. So I'm going to move along a little bit faster pace than the last 2 days. So good morning and welcome back to the day 3 of the 3rd Global and National Security Institute Tampa Summit, featuring the 9th Great Power Competition Conference. It's my great pleasure to join you this morning for another exciting discussion. And thank you one more time to all of our honored speakers and panelists sharing their time and expertise yesterday and the day before. In the yesterday's featured speakers, we had our provost, Dr. Prasant Mahapatra, and also our keynote speaker, General Brian Fenton, commander of the U.S. Special Operations Command, and what a wonderful speech he gave for that, and the other stars and the Hall of Fame speakers you can see on the agenda we had for day 1. Our roundtable yesterday examined data dominance and its impact on AI. Panel 4 explored small states' perspectives on AI and global security. We had our friends and colleagues and guests fly in all the way from Europe and the Nordic countries for that session. And then the breakout sessions covered medical integration of artificial intelligence simulation war games, Europe, Russia, and AI-enabled security threats, and artificial intelligence, what's next? And then we had the wrap-up sessions to do that. Once again, I would like to acknowledge our partners, the Chief Digital and Artificial Intelligence Office for the Department of Defense, the Institute for Artificial Intelligence here at University of South Florida, our own College of Arts and Sciences at USF, U.S. Special Operations Command, and our strategic partner, the U.S. Central Command, for their continued support. I also want to acknowledge HII for their sponsorship of our event, and we thank them very much for that. So as far as today's event, we'll begin with opening remarks from Dr. Eric Eisenberg, Senior Vice President for University Community Partnerships at USF, as well as remarks from General Frank McKenzie, to be followed, Executive Director of the Global and National Security Institute and former Commander of U.S. Central Command. Next, we'll hear from our keynote speaker, Dr. Craig Martell, U.S. Department of Defense Chief Digital and Artificial Intelligence Office. This will be followed by our 5th panel discussion, Applying Artificial Intelligence in the Industry. And then next, after the panel, we'll take a break, followed by our 6th panel, How Tampa Bay Can Lead the AI Innovation. And you don't want to miss that. Tampa Bay is fast as emerging one of the nation's leading cities in tech and AI. At 11:45, we'll hear a brief presentation from our USF PhD candidates and our researchers on their work across a variety of ways the practical application of AI and advanced technology impacts medical treatment, multi-factor authentication, advanced visual and infrared sensors, and modeling and simulation. And this will be followed by a lunch break from 12:15 to 1:30. And then please join us promptly at 1:30 for a fireside chat between Mr. Yili Barakhtari, President and CEO of Special Competitive Studies Project, and our Provost, Dr. Prasant Mahapatra. You don't want to miss that one. That's a very exciting one. And as I mentioned yesterday and the day before, Mr. Eric Schmidt notified us late Friday that due to unforeseen obligations behind his control, he was not able to attend with us. Well, that said, we are extremely thrilled to have with us Yili Barakhtari, who is his co-founder of the Special Competitive Studies. And after the fireside chat, we'll begin our final roundtable discussion tackling developing the future AI workforce, which you heard so much from our panelists and the speakers for the last 2 days. So let's get the conference started now with welcoming remarks from Dr. Eric Eisenberg, Senior Vice President for University of Community Partnerships. Dr. Eisenberg brings 30 years of experience at USF, strong ties with the Tampa Bay area to strengthen the university's community partnership activities as the Senior Vice President of the University Community Partnerships, and as former Dean of USF College of Arts and Sciences, previous interim provost, and distinguished communication scholar, Dr. Eisenberg has partnered with numerous public and private organizations throughout his career, advising them on strategic communications. And as always, I would like to extend a special thanks to my friend Eric Eisenberg, who has tirelessly supported this USF signature event, and he continues to support GNSI and facilitate the GPC initiative, vitally in his new role as the Executive Vice President of Community Partnerships. And we can't thank him enough to do this. And as a point that we were just speaking, the GPC actually started some years ago before COVID right here in this ballroom. And here we are, Dr. Eisenberg, please.
Thanks so much. Good morning, everyone. Day 3 of a conference is always interesting, right? Your brain is full. You've got all kinds of wonderful ideas, hopefully that you'll be going home with and be using in your work and in your life. So as Adib pointed out, my name is Eric Eisenberg. If you don't know me, I am SVP for University Community Partnerships. The president created my role about a year ago to ensure that the university continues its pursuit of academic excellence in a way that engages all of our community partners. And I really mean all of them, from school boards to corporations to nonprofits to governments. We aim to elevate our partnership with organizations large and small, from the defense industry to startups that are just getting started and aiming to launch, to find ways to work together, to share faculty expertise, to put students in internships, to partner on research inquiry, to shape ideas, create new ways to use technology, and to create the workforce that is necessary for these things to happen. One of the interesting things I've found in my role is that I've been trying to build connections between the university and all the different sectors of the economy, but very often I'll meet people out there in the world who actually need to know each other. So I've been doing a lot of matchmaking where I will take people from a company or a nonprofit and put them together, and that's an important role for a university as well. On a personal note, I also want to reflect with Dr. Farhadi. I was one of the people about a decade ago who came up with the idea for a GNSI, and Dr. Farhadi said, let's do it. And the idea was that we would focus and integrate our efforts with the defense sector in a way that would take advantage of rising interest in unclassified research and in creating novel conversations from a diversity of perspectives across the international affairs landscape. And this vision became a reality when General McKenzie agreed to join USF to lead GNSI, and the work of the Institute on the Great Power Competition has expanded steadily since. I'm really proud of the way that our faculty has engaged with government and military leaders and experts to address global challenges in innovative ways. And after these GPC conferences, often people have commented to me, we had conversations there that we couldn't have had in our organizations. We really cut across policymakers, government people, faculty, and others. So at this point in the conference, you've heard from the president and the provost and others at USF, so there's not too much left to say, except that I hope that you have had ample time to connect with people who will become your thinking partners in the future, that you've learned some new things that will inform your work, and that you've enjoyed our beautiful campus as well as Tampa if you came from somewhere else. You may be aware that Tampa is having a moment. Last year, Time magazine named Tampa one of the top 50 cities in the world. I don't know how much they paid to make that happen, but it was a little bit surprising. It was Rome, and it was London, and it was Tampa, but we'll take it. We'll take it. And then Travel and Leisure last week said that Tampa is the new IT city. And as you know, people are moving to Tampa like crazy. And USF is one reason for that. But we're also seeking to use this newfound positive attention to call attention to the unique assets of this region, particularly in 3 areas: national security, environmental science, and health and medicine. Regarding the conference topic, and in particular with regard to the USF curriculum, we're not just preparing students for the emerging AI revolution, we're actively seeking to shape it. We're at the forefront of creating the AI workforce of tomorrow. I meet with employers all the time who are asking me, you know, do you have students who are shovel ready and ready to move into this work? We have comprehensive degree programs at the College of Engineering Department of Computer Science and in the Mumma College of Business. And by instilling a solid ethical foundation, along with the requisite technical expertise, and of course, Dr. Martell is a model of that, and you're going to hear from him about that combination in a moment, we're ensuring that our graduates are well equipped to navigate the complexities and nuances of AI, doing so responsibly and ethically. And we understand the profound impact that AI is already having on our society, and we're committed to harnessing its potential for good outcomes. At USF, we offer cutting-edge programs like AI Graduate Certificate, Masters of Science in Data Intelligence. It's a deeply technical certificate program available fully online, which helps individuals enhance their expertise and stay ahead of the latest developments in the AI landscape, catering to the evolving needs of industry and academia. We spend a lot of time with employers talking about our curriculum, and we're not afraid to modify our curriculum to make sure that we stay up and ahead of what people need out in the world. So we have these credit-bearing programs that help our students to be prepared, but our commitment doesn't end there. We're also creating lots of non-credit programs outside the traditional classroom, offering workshops and stackable badging programs to people of all ages and backgrounds. Our boot camps provide intensive learning experiences, boot camps, hackathons, other kinds of cooperative experiential education. Initiatives like the upcoming NIH Voice AI Summer School are an example of our commitment to interdisciplinary collaboration, bringing together students from diverse backgrounds such as health science, computer science, hands-on learning, and innovation. And I'm sure you got that message in this conference, which is that all of the interesting work that's going to happen in AI going forward is going to be at the boundaries of multiple disciplines, and we as a university have to be ready to face that challenge. The USF Institute for AI plus X is proud to offer various educational initiatives also at fostering innovation. Because we believe AI literacy is not just a privilege, it's really going to be a necessity for personal and professional growth in the next century. And that brings me back to my earlier statement about this university's commitment to the community. I hope that you got a lot out of this conference. You get a lot out of this packed day. I'm looking at your agenda, Adib. It seems aggressive. And if you have ideas about how the university can do more to support your professional success, please contact me. I am happy to work with you on that. Thank you, and please enjoy your day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eisenberg, for your thoughtful remarks. I would now like to invite General McKenzie back to stage for some remarks and acknowledgments. General?
Thanks, Adib. I'm actually going to be very brief. We thought we would acknowledge some people in the morning rather than in the afternoon and do it just a little differently. I'm not going to say anything substantive. You heard what I had to say about AI a couple of days ago. So I want to focus on the people that actually made it happen. And I just want to call out a few names. I think most of them are here. From CDAO, Shane Partlow, Matt Reisenberg. From the USF Institute for Artificial Intelligence, John Liccato, Terry Fox. From CENTCOM, Ray Zindell, and a lot of other people from CENTCOM that actually made all this happen. And then, of course, Adib Farhadi, who actually, where are you, Adib, right here, who's been our MC for the last couple of days and has done just a remarkable job. But the person I really want to identify the most is the project officer for this at GNSI, and that's Sarah Brown. Sarah, where are you? Back in the back there. Sarah, this was her project. And she did a remarkable job with it. And if you get a chance to thank her, please do so. I think it's been a great 2 days. We're going to have a great day today. And really, that's all I wanted to share with you this morning. We'll get back to get Dr. Martell up here on stage. I think you're going to enjoy what he has to say. And we got, as Dr. Eisenberg, Professor Eisenberg said, we got a full day ahead of us here, a very good schedule, and I look forward to having the opportunity to chat with you throughout the day. Thanks. Adib, back to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome our keynote speaker for this morning, Dr. Craig Martell, U.S. Department of Defense Chief Digital and Artificial Intelligence Officer. As the chair of the CDAO Council, Dr. Martell leads principal staff, assistant policy officials, and stakeholders in advising departmental leadership, driving systematic DoD-wide strategy and policy, and advocating for programmatic Well, as soon as you give me that compliment, sir, I lost my, okay. Well, let me introduce Dr. Martell. I seem to have, well, Dr. Martell, please accept my apologies. I think General,
I'm gonna blame my staff. I'm sure they didn't send you the right thing.
it was, please, sir.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. My name is Craig Martell. I'll catch you up a little bit on what didn't get said. I'm the Chief Digital and AI Officer for the Department of Defense, which means it's our job to strategize about data analytics and AI and scaling data analytics and AI across the whole department, which you can imagine is a challenge. There's a couple of things I want to talk about. One is the way we approach this task of scaling data analytics and AI across something as large as the Department of Defense. The short answer is we don't think a lot about AI, and we think a lot about data. Unbelievable amount about data. And then behind data, we think a lot about talent management. Because to get to AI, you need high quality data. And if you don't have high quality data, you're fooling yourself. It just makes no sense whatsoever. To get to AI, you need really good metrics. How do you measure success? You know, I think one of the fundamental flaws that I see is that people want AI to come in and be this magical pixie dust that you sprinkle on some problem and suddenly it solves that problem. But none of that's true, right? AI, actually, let's level set. I'm gonna have, to answer everybody's question, I had a small motorcycle mishap. That's why the thing on my foot. What's AI? Let's be a little slightly interactive here. We're gonna spend some time talking about AI. And here's the thing, here's the bomb I'm gonna drop. 70% of conversations about AI today are all hype. 70%, maybe 80. Our job is to find the 20 or 30% that's not. I want to talk about how we do that. What's AI? You should hold that. I'm going to come back to you. Anybody else? What's AI? What do you think? Like when someone says AI to you, what do you think? Hey, you guys are too smart. Anybody else? Series of pre-made decisions. That one's interesting. Sir? Should have started with you. Computational replica, how what he said was a computational replica of how the brain learns and behaves or something like that. Over here? The art of prescriptive analysis. Well, that's fascinating. What is AI? AI, I'll tell you the answer. A couple of folks got really close to it. AI is statistics at scale. That's it. It's statistics at scale. We count the past and we use it to predict the future. Now, that's true about really old AI. That's true about, well, there's some really old AI that's not statistics at scale, but it didn't work. The only AI that's worked is statistics at scale. And so there's some really old stuff that was like rule-based prescriptive analysis, but that just simply never worked. You could never figure out. One example of the older type of AI that didn't work was expert systems. And so you would go and you would ask a doctor, for example, well, here a patient comes in with the following symptoms. What do you do? What do you do? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? And then eventually the doctor would go, I don't know, my gut just tells me the answer, right? So when we tried to do expert systems, which was really try to mimic the way human beings thought about a problem, we failed miserably. And why did we fail miserably? Well, we failed miserably because introspection stinks at telling us what we're doing. We think we have access to the way we process problems, but we don't. I mean, consciousness doesn't tell us why we make the decisions we make. Consciousness tells us a story, but often the way we make decisions is through feelings or through our guts. That doesn't mean those aren't rational. It just means consciousness doesn't have access to why we feel that way. Right? If you think about someone hitting a professional baseball pitch, they're not really keeping their eye on the ball. You can't keep your eye on the ball. It's way too fast. They're using all kinds of other cues that they're not aware of, like the pitcher's stance, where the pitcher's hand was, all kinds of other things to try to get, and to be great at that, you don't have to be 33%, you only have to be 33% good. All right, so AI is statistics at scale. Remember, we count the past to predict the future. So what does that mean about the future in order for AI to be successful? I know, I'm in professor mode, sorry. It's a university, it happens to me. We're close. I think you're saying what I want you to, but I'm going to pull some next to you there. What were you going to say, sir? So I'll pull those threads. Anybody else? What has to be true about the future in order for counting the past to be effective? We're all dancing around it. What has to happen is the future has to be the same as the past. I just said that. So, in order for gathering data about the past to be useful in predicting the future has to be sufficiently similar to the past. Okay? So that means we can only apply the statistics at scale, and I'm going to use a statistically technical term. We can only use this statistics at scale in stationary environments where the distribution is stationary. What does that mean? That means the world doesn't change too much. Okay, let me ask a question about warfare. To what degree does the world change during warfare? Drastically. So is it the case that if let's think about self-driving cars. If we build a model of self-driving cars in the United States, and we'll just do adaptive cruise and stopping at red lights and detecting speed limit signs. Okay, most cars are pretty good at those. Stopping at the red lights, no, but they're pretty good at staying in speed and detecting speed limit signs at this point. Okay, so let's say we train that in the United States, and then we go to Canada. Was the data trained in the US sufficiently similar than it is in Canada? Well, probably. We have some small changes. We're still driving on the same side of the road, right? We have some small changes like speed limit signs now are no longer in miles per hour, but are in kilometers per hour. So we should make an adjustment for that. And the speed limit signs look a little different. We then go to England. Okay, we probably need to really retrain because we're now driving on the other side of the road. And so left and right have to be inverted. And if we go to continental Europe, we're driving on the left side, we're driving on the left? Yeah, we're on the right, we're driving on the right side of the road again, sorry. We're driving on the right side of the road again, but speed limit signs look very different. They're now round and have a little red circle around them. So we'll have to actually change our training data to be really effective to move that model from one place to another. Now we're driving in the Ukraine and streets get blown up. And there's rubble in the middle of the street. And there are buildings that are falling down. Do you think the model for a self-driving car is going to be effective, the model it's okay, the cap was on, that the model for self-driving car trained in Tampa is going to even be remotely effective in something like Ukraine. Actually, even the model trained in Ukraine pre-war is going to be remotely effective for the model for Ukraine during the war. No, because there's an example where the future is not like the past. So, in order to be able to deploy AI, so remember, I run AI for the Department of Defense. Part of what we do is war. So in order to be able to deploy AI broadly, we have to think both about how do we gather the data that's going to be the most representative of the future, and then we have to think about how do we monitor the model to be able to tell whether it's continuing to give value. So for vendors out there, let me tell you my biggest bugaboo when someone comes and knocks on the door to sell me a model. They tell me all about the data that they gathered. They tell me all about the F-score or the root mean squared error or pick the metric you used against your training data. They don't tell me how they're going to monitor that model over time to make sure that it will continue to bring value for the millions of dollars you want me to spend. So what we're trying to create is something we call AI scaffolding. AI scaffolding, so the models themselves, by the way, are kind of commodities these days. You're either going to buy a large language model from one of 5 or 6 producers, or you're going to buy it from one of 3,000 people who wrap one of those 5 or 6 models, but they're all really just one of those 5 or 6 models. Or you're going to go to one of the big four cloud AI providers, and they're going to use their MLOps pipeline to be able to build your model for you. But what you show up with is your labeled data. Oh yeah, let's talk about labeling. Talk about labeling for a second. If we are going to use the past to predict the future, we not only have to gather the data about the past, but we have to tell the system the truth about the past. We have to tell the system what we're actually interested in. That's what labeling the data is. So the single hardest part about AI isn't the compute, although that's gotten very expensive. It isn't the training compute or the inference compute. The single hardest part about AI isn't building the model. It's actually gathering labeled data that represents your problem in a way that the system can solve it. So let's talk about that. What do I mean by labeled data? Anybody? I only have 25 minutes, so I should go faster, because this is a 2-hour lecture. That's right. So let's use a more generic and less specific example. One part of AI is classification. How do you determine one class of things from another class of things? So you might, in a battle zone, want to pick out the difference between a truck and a school bus. Translate that to any appropriate battle scenario you want to. You want to be able to tell a truck from a school bus. So you tell the system, this is a truck, this is a truck, this is a truck, this is a truck, this is a school bus, this is a school bus, this is a school bus, this is a school bus. And you do that thousands or millions of times. Okay? And then when the system makes a prediction, human beings, get this part, human beings with a very low cognitive load, can say, oh, the system got it wrong. It called it a school bus, but it's really a truck. Okay. So labeling data is extremely important, and being able to have human feedback into the system is extremely important. And we spend a great deal of time building out the policies and the procedures and the tools that allow the Department of Defense to both label that data and, once they have a model built by industry, to be able to deploy that model and be able to give feedback back into the model when the system gets it wrong. But we've had this really weird switch to something called large language models. So one type of AI is classification. Another type of AI is regression. This is a very classic form of AI. We did it a lot at Lyft. I used to be the head of machine learning at Lyft. And we did this a lot at Lyft. Regression was, how long is it going to take before your ride arrives? It predicted a number. And we were able to make that prediction and get feedback almost immediately because the car got there in time or it didn't. And when it didn't get there in time, we knew its error. We knew it got there early or it never got there early. We knew how late it was when it got there, right? So we were able to do really well at having feedback into the system for classification. Feedback into the system for classification is the user helps determine whether it got it right or wrong. Feedback back into the system for regression is we can just measure how long things actually took. We predicted that it would take so long, but it actually took longer, so we feed that back into the system. But we've made this switch over the last year to something called large language models. This really depresses me, because large language models come along and the hype makes them seem like either a panacea, these things are going to solve everything. Because we trained them on all of human knowledge, all of the web, they have suddenly magically, some spark of the divine has entered them, and now they have reasoning power. And look, I'm not being hyperbolic. Pick any early Microsoft or Google advertisement, and it basically says that. These things can reason. They can think for you. They can solve your problems. You can give them a really complex answer, and it will give you a plan. This is human level cognition that these systems were purported to be able to do. Or they're either seen as this panacea, or they're seen as a Pandora's box, which is if we have it, we win. That's the panacea. If they have it, we lose. This is just not true. This is not true in a number of ways. First of all, how many people think large language models are effective at something? Great. Can you guys tell me the kinds of things you think they're effective for? Not will be effective for. Don't care. Not I hope will be effective for. Don't care. Or they are promised to be effective for. Don't care. What things are you using today for which they are effective? Measurably, I'm going to add one more thing. Sorry. Measurably effective. So then tell me their effectiveness, and then tell me how you measured that. Remember, I told you how we measure. We can tell whether or not classification gets it wrong. Humans with a very low cognitive load can give feedback in the system, say it got it wrong. I already told you how with regression, we can tell you whether it got it wrong. We measure the world. It got it right or it got it wrong. Tell me where they're effective and how you measure their effectiveness. Now you can raise your hand if you want to. Those well-known benchmarks are against pre-populated texts, and they're very good at being able to respond to those pre-populated texts. I want to know where it's useful in deployment. Well, they are gathered benchmarks. So there'll be question-answer benchmarks. There'll be summarization benchmarks. You can go to Stanford. There's a whole set of those benchmarks. That's great. I believe that against a set of labeled data, you can measure, and by the way, they're not very good. They're at like 50% or 70% on a lot of these benchmarks. But I want a use case where it's been deployed, where it's actually been deployed in industry, and there's been measurable value to it. How do you measure its success? So I actually think that's probably true. He said data distillation or summarization or lots of examples like this. Okay, I actually think that's true, but I'm going to play devil's advocate here. So what I'm about to say, don't take too much offense. Take a little bit of offense, but not too much. Okay. How do you know that it's actually summarizing all of the documents and isn't missing some? And how do you know some of that summarization isn't hallucinated? Okay, that's good. So note what he did. I tried to make it seem sloppy, and he said, nope, it's more precise than that. I like that. What's your name? Todd. Todd? Todd made it much more precise than that. I like that. What he said was, correct me if I'm wrong, is that this is distillation, not summarization. I can go find some information that a human analyst wouldn't have seen, and I can measure that because the human analyst hadn't seen it, and they now have seen it, and then we can validate through RAG or through some other thing about whether or not that's true, but those pieces are true. Great, I agree with that. But your measure, just to be clear, and I think this is part of the 20 or 30%, your measure is, the measure lowers the bar pretty strongly, because it doesn't say it gave me everything it told me is true, because it may still hallucinate. And it doesn't say that I got all of the facts, right? And that's okay. You're saying you're not arguing for that. You're saying I got some facts that I wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Note how different that is from the original hype of being able to reason, to give a perfect summary, to be able to think through things. But I agree with you. That's a really, I don't mean this offensive in any way. It's a great lowering of the bar to move the model to the level at which it's probably actually effective. Anybody else? You still want to fight with me? Not all of them. Go to the Stanford benchmarks. Some of them. Okay, so this is we don't have to have a conversation. This one's objective. We can go look together. You can show me where I'm wrong, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. But tell me, I would like examples about where large language models are deployed and what the mission metric is, not the model. So let's make a difference between the model metric. The model metric, equivalent to like an F-score or root mean squared error, these metrics are about the models on the training data. I'm asking about the models being effective in deployment. So I think we can get to the point, for example, I think we can get to the point where the models do really good at passing the MCAT. That would be a metric about the model, but that doesn't mean the model is very good at diagnosing disease. That would be a metric about the mission. So I'm asking about mission metrics. Tell me places where these have been deployed and been effective. I think that's great. That's a great metric, because you picked, they weren't model metrics. You didn't actually care so much about the specifics of the large language model. You said, if I take this as a function, and I take this function and I embed it in something else, then what are the business metrics I care about, and does it actually have a positive impact on those business metrics? I think that's great. I think that's a great use case. Okay, no, I'm still here for you. What's your name? So I'm just asking about them. So I'm here trying to be provocative, and I'm trying to be provocative in the following way. I don't think the hype about LLMs is anything close to true, and I think there are a set of use cases where what we've done is we tell this massive story about the beauty of these things, but then when we actually implement them, we really bring them down to very tangible, measurable use cases. And I'm totally okay with that. Like, I said to you, I think there's 70% hype, and that there are 30% use cases that are valid. And so I'm testing that theory here with you. But I'm curious, any other LLM use cases over here? I've already been at your table. Then you can just stop right there. Yeah, so I actually think, let's just use first draft generation as an example. I think that's a paradigmatic use case. I think it's a great use case. And why is that a great use case? That's a great use case because you serve as an external validation check on that output, right? You are the one that says, okay, here's a first draft, but I'm going to lose my job or my clients or my customers if I write some bad things, if I write some wrong things, if I say the wrong thing, right? And so, General McKinsey, if your staff sent you a doc where it had hallucinated information in it, they'd be gone the next day, right? So you have this check that says, I'm going to do a first draft, but I'm responsible for making sure it's right. I think that's a great use case for it, because that's a use case where there's an external validation on the output of the system, okay? No. Okay, I think I did not plant him, but if I had, I would then say, that's a really great point. Let me talk about that. I really didn't plant him. Look, this is really where I want to get to. In national security, so where do I believe these things are useful? I believe these things are useful when there are external validations, when there's infrastructure or human infrastructure that gives an external validation on the output. Code generation, I'm pretty bullish there. Why? Well, the thing has to compile. If it doesn't compile, you already know it's broken. Now, it's an open question whether debugging is greater from a large language model written code versus human written code. Open question. Love to find out. I'm a scientist. I'm empirical. Don't know the answer. Think that's a great question. First draft generation, you are the external validation, right? Your case where you could actually have links back to documents to check whether they're factual, it makes it easy for you to validate that it is a fact. But you're not validating that you got all of the facts. That one's not doable, right? That one's not doable because you have 10,000 documents, and to validate you got all the facts, you have to read all 10,000, which you basically already told me you don't want to. So there's an external validation check and a risk that you accepted. You accepted the external validation check is I can go look at the doc to see if the facts are correct, because I know enough about it to know that would be a correct piece of information. And I'm taking the risk that I don't have them all. Why? Because humans already don't have them all, and at least I'm getting, particularly in an analyst situation, I'm getting more than I had before. Okay, great. That's an external validation. I'm really bullish in situations where there are external validations. Art creation, great. I like it or I don't like it, no problem. The cat has four feet or has 3. That's what George Washington did look like or didn't look like. There are external, easily verifiable, low cognitive load external validations. Let me tell you where I'm concerned from a national security perspective. The goal I often hear from a national security perspective, and I'll kick you out of my office if you come in and tell me this, is we are going to ingest all of your documents and we're going to summarize everything for you. Or we're going to ingest, that's where I was going to use you as my straight man for that one. Or we're going to ingest all of your documents and we're going to give you courses of actions that you should just follow. Or we're going to ingest all of your documents, or we're going to listen to all of your meetings and summarize them for you. Why do I find these problematic? Or we're going to give you a system that a non-expert can ask questions of. That's what we all want. Like the holy grail is a system. So think about a new surgeon coming to a UCF hospital, and there's a robotic surgery tool, and that new surgeon had never used that tool before, and so that surgeon asks questions of a large language model, and the large language model gives it answers. Is that an acceptable use case? You can actually think of plenty of military ones like that as well. Is that an acceptable use case? Would you use a large language model to tell the surgeon how to use a robot? I have a question about what I should do next. Now that I'm inside this person, I see these things, what should I do next? Yes or no? Why not? Because it could be wrong. And not only could it be wrong, it's extremely hard for the human to validate it. In every other use case in AI that's been super effective, like selling shirts on Amazon, like predicting documents from Google, they don't have to be 100% correct. They don't even have to be 80% correct. They could be 75% correct, and each of those companies makes billions upon billions of dollars. Why? Because you are the external validation. You buy the shirt or you don't. I don't like that shirt. Not buying it. Doesn't go with my pants. Or, not document I want. I will search again using different keywords. It doesn't have to be perfect. Or the ad, only 70% of the ads that Google shows are relevant to me. Great. That's enough for them to make billions of dollars. They don't need 100% of the ads, right? So most AI has two properties. One, it doesn't have to be 100% correct in order to be effective. And two, when it's not correct, the cognitive load to understand that is minimal. In the school bus versus truck example, the cognitive load is minimal. The cat versus dog. Every human being on the planet, the vast majority of human beings on the planet can go, oh, that's not a cat. Oh, that's not a dog. That is a dog. That is a cat. Ooh, that one I'm not sure of. That's very rare. The cognitive load is minimal. The cognitive load to not buy the shirt. Nothing happens if you don't buy the shirt. Nothing happens if you don't click on the ad, if you don't like the documents. But if we use these things when a non-expert is asking an expert question, how can that non-expert tell that the system is wrong? This is my fear. Now, I'm very happy. A year ago, you all would have told me magical stories about what LLMs can do. And now I've seen LLMs recede into use cases that I actually believe are measurable and probably really effective. I'm very happy about that. But a year ago, you would have told me these things can do magic. They're going to reason, that we can, when we're doing wargaming, we can just send all of our documents to it, and it'll plan the whole war game for us. It'll even think through solutions for us. So my fundamental concern with large language models is it's a one-size-fits-all problem. And AI is not a one-size set of problems. You have to look at it use case. So you can have the best data in the world, or you can have the most data in the world, or you could have the cleanest data in the world, but it applies to one use case or it doesn't apply to another use case. So sometimes large language models are a great answer. Other times large language models are a terrible answer. So my challenge to the community, and I'm starting to see a small shift, but my challenge to the industrial community from a Department of Defense perspective is, don't come to us telling me about your technology. I don't care. Don't come to us saying, we now have AI. I've been doing AI for 30 years. I don't care. Don't come to us and tell us, well, we're now going to use a large language model to do something. My whole team now will echo what I say and start to laugh. Come to us and say, I have measurably solved a problem. I have a use case that I believe is good for you to solve. Here are my evaluation criteria for that use case, and here's how I measured it, and here's how I want to measure it in your environment. AI is statistics at scale. You gather data from the past, you predict the future. Am I way over time? Sorry, guys. Nobody told me. You're supposed to tell me. All right, I'm almost done. So AI is statistics at scale. You gather data from the past, you predict the future. Predicting the future is an empirical thing that must be measurable. It must be a particular future about a particular use case where we can get clarity about what we want. Do not come to us and say, because I have AI, I've solved the problem. Because I have LLMs, I solved the problem. I really need measurability for a use case. hopefully that was useful. Thank you, team. Hopefully that was all right. I think so. I'm not sure, but my team will tell me.
Well, I was not going to be the person to stop Dr. Martell on that. What a treat. Thank you so much, sir, for that. And I'm hoping that he could stay with us for lunch so we can benefit more from his wisdom and talk, because this is not something you're going to get anytime else. So we're going to take a quick pause for our next panel to get set up, which is applying artificial intelligence in industry. Not a break, but just a quick pause for the panelists to take their seats. Thank you. Great. Leslie? She's here, I saw her. Okay, so I think we're ready to start. If I can ask everyone to kindly take their seats. So one more time, our sincere appreciations and thank you to Dr. Martell for that very energizing and inspiring talk. So let's get started now with our fifth panel discussion, which will examine applying artificial intelligence in industry. It's my great pleasure to introduce our moderator for this morning's panel, Dr. John Licata. Dr. Licata is an assistant professor in the Computer Science and Engineering Department at USF and the founder and director of the Advancing Machine and Human Reasoning AMHR Lab. He was awarded the 2015 AFOSR Young Investigators Program Award, and in 2017, he moved to USF CSE Department and established the AMHR Lab. And now I'll turn it over to my colleague, John, who will introduce the panel speakers, facilitate the discussion, and lead the Q&A session. Please, John.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Adib. So yeah, as Adib mentioned, I'm a professor of computer science and engineering here at USF, and I direct an AI research lab. But recently I've been dipping my toes into the industry world through a startup company, and that's why part of why I'm so excited to be able to present this amazing panel of experts, talk about some issues in the intersection of AI and industry. So I'm happy to introduce, starting with Leslie Babich, who's been the director of SoftWorks Tampa since October 2020. She has 20-plus years of special operations experience in the Air Force Special Operations Command. She's held various leadership positions, including Squadron Command, Director of the Commander's Action Group at Headquarters, Air Force Special Operations Command, and Commander Joint Special Operations Air Component Central, among many other positions and appointments. Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you.
Next to her, Todd Borkey is the EVP and CTO of Huntington Ingalls. HII designs and builds nuclear aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, and surface combatants. HII also provides engineering services where it manages nearly $1 billion of DoD RDT&E annually. And Todd founded the HII AI campaign in 2018, and today they're ranked by GovWin as a top AI provider. Hi, Todd. Dr. Peter Yu is a Regents Professor of Law and Communication and Director of the Center for Law and Intellectual Property at the Texas A&M University School of Law. He's an expert in many areas, including intellectual property, international law, and international trade. And finally, Jags Kandasamy is the co-founder and CEO of Latent AI. He's a serial entrepreneur, exiting his previous company to a New York Stock Exchange traded public company. He's currently an industry commissioner on the Atlantic Council Commission on Software-Defined Warfare and serves as an advisor and mentor to startup founders and transitioning veterans. Welcome to you all. So let's start with a broad question for all four of you so we can get a better picture of your individual perspectives. AI, right? We've heard that term quite a bit over the past few days and past 2 years especially. And it seems every organization is trying to figure out how to integrate what they consider to be AI into every aspect of their operations. So let's start with you, Leslie, and then we'll go down the line. How has your organization handled this AI mania, and what lessons have you learned?
All right, so good morning, and thank you so much for having me here. So let me tell you kind of my perspective. I'm not an industry partner. I am former military, so my goal and my job at SoftWorks is to help SOCOM, Special Operations Command, find companies that can solve the challenges that they're facing. And some of their requirements and desirements are to identify artificial intelligence capabilities to help them execute their mission. And so when I am taking a look at AI, it's various different applications, all the way from predictive maintenance to how do you better automate and identify personnel and resources to go downrange for a deployment. So it's, again, and I'm not the technical expert. I'm not an engineer. So I'm taking a look at this more from a practical application perspective. And how do we, when we engage with companies that want to provide solutions to SOCOM, how do we best identify, where they're getting their data from? What applications is this going to go to? How are they building their models? How can they integrate with the systems and data systems that already exist within the military, in particular SOCOM? So a wide variety of applications. Again, we're not focused on just one thing.
So I'm not a scientist. I'm a paranoid systems engineer. And maybe Dr. Martell would like that. We've been working on AI since 2017, mostly to harvest time. It was a disruptive opportunity at the moment to get rid of millions of hours of wasted time all across our clients. And now at HII, we're going to be pointing it at the shipyards. So we were an early mover. We saw the vision models in 2017. We saw it as an incredible opportunity to get rid of empty frames in full motion video quickly and distill information to analysts, saving hours a day in their shifts. But when NLP happened in 2018, the precision and the scale, we saw natural language processing as a real revolution. And by 2019, we were ingesting 20 million records a day in foreign content and mapping human terrain for a client. So it's the insights that you get that otherwise humans could never get to. Indeed, humans are on the loop. Everything we do has humans in the loop, but we are recovering time in unprecedented ways. So I'm taking that technology now and pointing it at our shipyards to diagnose those shipyards. We have 36,000 people making ships. If I can make all of them operate 2% more effectively it saves massive amounts of money, and it makes my client very happy who wants more and more submarines and ships every year. So we're really pivoting to now trying to harvest time internally. We were a broad applier. I should say we had a lot of diversity in the applications of AI. We almost in every modality of sensing, we deployed neural network approaches and outperformed conventional DSP practices and radars and EOIR and SAR. AI is a much better processing methodology. And now with some of the ray trace algorithms, the ability to generate synthetic data, if you have limited labeled data sets and you can use high quality ray tracing technology to generate synthetic data, we can prepare those algorithms for all the different look angles and get performant models very, very quickly. So this is kind of our new focus. But frankly, I tell this story, we've been working in AI since 2017. And when we went to reInvent in 2023, we all got a whiplash when we saw what Gen AI was doing. So now Gen AI, we're all trying to get our heads around it. It has incredible opportunities. I mean, functional co-pilots everywhere, getting 70% effective first drafts. We have 15,000 work instructions every day operative in our shipyards. We write 90,000 to 100,000 work instructions to build an aircraft carrier. If I can get those 70% right the first try, that's revolutionary. I don't know where we're going to get, but we're going to try. But the more exciting thing also I'll leave with generative AI is the potential for enterprise twins. Imagine a world today where my physical assets, whether it's my fleet of trucks, a satellite constellation, an AOR, but imagine if every place my trucks are, what's in them, who's driving them, what they were trained on, what their payload is, what their next destination is, can be sampled millions of times, well, thousands of times a day. And I can combine that with all my document side of my information side of my business, and I can make my current physical enterprise searchable. I can get all types of new insights into constraints that were unprecedented. So again, it's a revolution in the harvesting of time. I'll wrap up with, I think, so Gen AI, we're now all in and trying to understand what we can do with automating first drafts and where they're going to be effective at saving time. We are already using large language models to do unprecedented things like detecting narratives in real time that are indications of a safety risk, forensically understanding quality defects in free space text that was previously never really searchable. We're getting insights into how things operate at the enterprise level in an unprecedented way. So that's where we are. Thank you.
So I teach. We have been struggling trying to figure out whether we should introduce more AI or preventing people from introducing AI, right? So I know many of you are coming from USF, so I think I'll share with you some of the lessons I've learned in the past 2 years. I think the first one is that it's very hard to strike the balance. There are both benefits and drawbacks, as we have heard from the last 2 days about all different things. We are trying to make sure that we are preparing our students ready for the AI environment. But at the same time, we also don't want students to get unfair advantage, right? We focus a lot of discussion about cheating, about other things, but I think the bigger issue is actually unfair advantage, right? If some students were able to use AI better to do the homework or to learn or to do other things, other students will be behind, right? So how we can actually level the playing field in the educational environment. I think the second lesson we learned is basically about how time-consuming and how many resources we need to actually adapt to a new environment. And unfortunately, we are in a race where the students will actually do better than the professors in trying to learn the new technology. And I think it's going to be highly challenging. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we're still talking about how to teach some of our colleagues, they'll probably hate me for saying this, teach them how to do the unmute button. Imagine trying to get them to understand generative AI. Right, so that's going to be challenging in the environment and trying to figure out, and I think the biggest difficulty for us, even for such a big university as Texas A&M, is that we need to provide time and resources for the professors to learn the technology. And we just don't have that type of resources and that type of time to actually allow them to do that. And so they have to be able to adapt very quickly, and the students are actually adapting more quickly than the professors. Right, and the last thing I'll end on is that we don't know exactly how long the discussion will continue about generative AI or about AI in general. Think about the pandemic, right? We have so many conferences about the pandemic, nobody wants to talk about that anymore. I still have colleagues who are now preparing new studies, and they couldn't find conferences to present. And I suspect that with the hype going further away, as Dr. Mattel just talked about early on, we have different expectations about LLMs, and eventually some of those conferences will go away. And yet, we still have a lot of issues that we actually need to learn more about, we need to figure out, right? How can we have a sustained discussion about the application of AI and the challenges we face?
Thank you. So as a startup, our organization is helping other companies, other customers move AI models rapidly to edge and tactical devices, right? Like our biggest customer is Department of Defense. How do we get some of the operational use cases deployed in a short amount of time rather than taking years and years of deployment time? So with that focus, we first understand and ask the customer a question: is that problem can be solved by other means other than AI, right? If it is a simple statistical regression, as Dr. Martello was talking about, if it is regression, let's just solve it with regression or some rule-based algorithm and be done. Only when you deal with the 3 V's of big data, right? Like probably everybody knows this: the velocity, the volume, and the variety of data that's hitting you. When that is an issue is when you start to apply AI and to solve those problems, right? So that's what we approach. We've had instances and examples of customers, over the last few years where an automotive supplier, a tier 1 company, comes in and they want to start their journey with reinforcement learning, right? Like reinforcement learning is where you're having the model retrained by itself and at the deployed inference side and trying to make sense of things. If you haven't done anything with AI, starting there, it's like trying to do a PhD program when you're in kindergarten, right? That's basically how that customer was thinking. Another one, like, folks that think they can do everything in-house and try to do research instead of solving for business use cases. Like Todd was talking earlier, right? Like recovering man hours. That's a huge, huge advantage from a business point of view. Instead of that, like, oh, I've got a research job, I'm going to research the heck out of it and prove myself smart rather than trying to achieve what the business wants. So those are the things that we look and we educate our customers along the way. So,
yeah, I think that's really helpful to keep in mind, and that makes me think of, so for example, there's probably a lot of people with startups and maybe larger companies in the audience and online listening, and I think what would be helpful to them is, maybe talking a little bit about what not to do when integrating AI in their organization. So, Dr. Martel gave a really good piece of advice, essentially paraphrasing, but don't ignore the importance of robust, well-grounded measurements for your AI systems, right? So let me ask all 4 of you then, what advice would you have on what not to do when introducing new AI-based technology into your organization or proposing it to a DoD agency? Yeah.
Okay. So AI project selection is about executability and impact. People talk about crawl, walk, run. It's no time for crawl, walk, run. So, but understanding if you have the data and understanding that it has massive impact, it's with your subject expertise is probably the most important for project selection. We started working in AI in 2017, which was the evangelical era, to show people and explain to people what could be done. And at the time, skill sets were almost non-existent. So the CTO office kind of acted as this subject matter expertise nucleation site where we went around to the different groups, then found the executable and high impact programs. That's how we started. Now today, forward to 2024, Gen AI is coming to you with copilots and all the software platforms and business systems you're going to be operating. The dynamic has changed where we have to get AI savvy vocabulary perspectives in almost every functional area of the business. Whether you're writing a proposal, you're doing cost accounting, you're doing engineering, everybody needs to have competencies now in understanding what generative AI is going to be doing for them in these office platforms they're going to be running. So it's a very new day. So it's a mad rush. So I guess some things I'd say lessons learned are don't wait, add new talent right away. I'm so impressed with the quality of what young graduates can do. Undergraduate, comp sci, math, electrical engineering, people trained in signal processing, they're adding incredible value 6 months after they're on the deck. So I started learning AI in 2017 when I was in my late 50s. And they're coming out of school with expert skills and moving so fast. They're moving mountains for us. I also think AI is about execution and vision. And organizations have to become extroverted to know what's going on. The models change so fast. The hyperscalers are doing so much. Now we're at 60 exaflop services for Grace Hopper chips in Amazon. So the compute, the model opportunities, the Amazon Q platform to connect us to our back office systems are so disruptive that you got to be extroverted to stay at pace with what's happening in industry. But the big thing, I think Dr. Martell pointed out, it's data, data, data. Know what data you need, know what data you got, know what data has the signals in it. Every organization has to transform and really get on top of its data. Although every minute you don't start with that, you're getting behind. And then you have to do some infrastructure changing. You need a sandbox where data scientists can explore data safely, have access to data, break the access problem for them, because the IT departments have to kind of enable that infrastructure for it to work. But then after that, there's the data sharing challenge. And the data sharing problem comes after, will come out of the sandbox and how you actually will deploy these models into their service. And then Dr. Martell commented on, and I'll follow up with, AI is a new concept of thinking for a business operation. Data drift and model drift must constantly be surveilled. And we all know about the discipline required between separating training, testing, and validation data sets. So there's a whole new data strategy that a set of professionals are going to have to do in the enterprise. Setting that up from a cold start is not for the squeamish. So you're going to need a transformation leader who understands both business and the tech. And your CTO and CIO are going to have to be blood brothers and have each other's home phone numbers, because there's going to be so much chaos in the first 6 months. So anyway, those are some, I think, some launch projects and launch perspectives that we had. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So one thing I remember Dr. Peter Coffey, the AI scientist from Salesforce, said is that data is being created for humans to consume today. It was never intended for the computer to consume back, right? So we were like, anything that we outputted, it was for our consumption as a report or a table or something like that. But now we are trying to ingest it back into the machine for it to learn so that it can make predictions for us, right? So as we design new systems, we need to start thinking about that and see how can that data be automatically be ingested and be ready for training, right? Todd mentioned about it's all about data, and Dr. Martell talked about it as well. At the same time, you got to understand, and Todd, I'll disagree with you on this, on the crawl, walk, run, right? Like a lot of pilots, a customer starts pilot thinking that they're going to achieve like nirvana from project one, but they don't understand the basics of it, and they fail at the first attempt, and they think AI is not for them, and then they close shop, or they kind of like, oh, we'll put this on pause, let it mature. So we advise customers to like, hey, try this one, pilot, set some basic metrics for measurement, like KPIs. What is this, what value are you trying to drive out of it, right? Setting that metric really low and achieving that, and then slowly expanding from there, and then you can expect exponential growth from there from a results perspective. That's basically what we recommend our customers to do, right? And then having to understand that an AI system is a non-deterministic system. Very clearly, it is, if you ask an AI system what is 2 + 2, it's going to say, I'm 96% certain that it is 4. It'll never say 100%. Like having an understanding of that, And going with an open mind into AI projects is what is going to help customers succeed. Back to you, John.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good balance of opinions that we want to have, right? Because like Todd mentioned, there's no time for crawl, walk, run, right? Especially if you want to not be left behind in how quickly things are changing. And this came up in the healthcare panel yesterday, but everybody wants to be able to move faster and faster when it comes to integrating AI. But would you have any advice on how to vet new AI-based technologies? When it's proposed to you, or when you hear about it, or when one of those hot new graduates comes and tries to, get you guys to download the latest language model. How do you vet that in your organization? We'll start with Leslie.
Yeah, so we actually, see a lot of companies come in that want to kind of get their technology in front of SOCOM. And one of the forums that we have is called Tech Tuesday. It's a virtual forum where companies can pitch to a government-only audience. I would say at least a quarter, probably up to a third of those companies are AI-related technologies. And so the questions that we ask them, and I have technical experts in the room with me that can ask those great zeros and one questions while I'm asking kind of more application. But number one is, where are you getting your data from? Number two is, what kind of data can you incorporate into your models or bring into your system? Is it structured, unstructured? So take those things into consideration in terms of like what you want to apply this AI to. How do you build your models? How do you validate your models? How much data do you need to build and validate those models? If we have a new data set that we want to incorporate, do you have a connector or an API for those? If not, how long will it take you to build and get permission to access that data and build the connector? Again, I think a lot of the data within Department of Defense is restricted, some for good reason, some may be, over conservative, but a lot of those things are really important to building those models. And then the cost, right? How much does it cost when we want you to build a new model, and how fast can you do it? Especially for the operators, that are out there executing the mission, how quickly can we do that? Can you do it, does it have to be on-prem? Can you do it on the edge? What kind of, hardware do you have to support both on-prem and the edge? For special operations, on the edge, they want small things that have high energy density that can be, carried around by humans, not necessarily in a big data center. So those are the things that we kind of ask the companies that are coming in.
Have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so actually I went through the SoftWorks program, and I've been in Tampa for like 2.5 years, and the first person that I met was Leslie, and the SoftWorks team has been extremely helpful in guiding Latent AI through our process, and we are working with SOCOM and other units as well, right? The key thing as we talk about it, right, like the form factor is always critical from whatever use case that you're going after. Is it going to be an expensive undertaking? And as Dr. Martel mentioned, right, like what is the economic outcome that you're going to drive towards, right? I don't want to spend $120 to get a $20 benefit, right? Today, just pulling in the LLM stick more, right? OpenAI's revenue stream of like $20 per user. For that $20 that they gain, they're spending about $80 to $100 in compute time, right? Money was easy until now, and maybe for OpenAI it's still easy, but that is not applicable for every other customer, including the US government, right? You can't spend that kind of money in trying to achieve something, right? So those are critical components that you need to think about.
I want to shift focus a little bit to something else that I think is also very important to industry, intellectual property, right? That's, I think, central to making a lot of industry work. And generative AI is really upending this world, right, of IP, everything from plagiarism, ownership of creative works, what is the nature of creativity, right? So we'll start with Peter. How have you seen generative AI affect industry, and what are your biggest concerns with respect to that?
So there are two different types of issues that are highly important in the intellectual property area. The first one is whether we can use cooperative works for training AI systems. And we have seen a lot of litigation going on. We also have seen other countries trying to have new regulation and trying to address that type of issue. I think the difficulty is that as much as we want to have strong protection of intellectual property rights, we also need to be conscious of the fact that it can be very expensive to acquire all the different data to train the systems. So think about it from the national security perspective, just like in this conference, or from education or from other perspective, right? So how can we actually strike a good balance between how much we need to compensate the rights holders, and we need to make sure that we got the proper permission, with how much we can actually increase our competitive edge and to develop the strongest technology possible. And this is a very difficult balance to strike. And so I think a lot of the ongoing discussion about both regulation as well as the lawsuits will help us try to strike the good balance in terms of how we can actually make sure that the rights holders will be properly compensated and the permission will be secured. But at the same time, we also can continue to move forward with the technology. We have seen something similar with respect to internet development. There's a point where we actually have to decide whether we need to create a safe harbor, for example, for internet service providers, so that we can advance the technology, right? That is the debate that we are now having with respect to artificial intelligence. The second issue I think that will come up quite a bit is about whether we should actually offer any protection for computer-generated or AI-generated content. We have been we've been thinking about, so in the last 2 days, we've been talking a lot about augmentation, right? So the idea is that while we're actually using AI to augment what we are creating, but not necessarily creating on its own. And that's actually the position that's been taken by our Copyright Office, our USPTO, as well as in many agencies in the world, that any work that is autonomous generated by AI will not be protected. The concern, I think, for a lot of the creators, including those from the game industry, from Hollywood, is that what if we are using AI to augment our creative process, and yet it has been considered as AI generated, right? They do not want to spend all this effort creating something using AI and yet not getting protection at all. And then the difficulty is where do you strike the line between what is considered as AI generated and what is considered as AI augmented? Is it easy to do it, and can we still do it with the current advances in the AI technology? And so I think that is going to be quite complicated as well. And on top of that, I would add that other countries, for example, China, is now offering protection to AI-generated work. They're not recognizing AI as an author or a co-author, but they are offering protection to AI-generated work. Then the big question for us will be, are we going to do something similar, or are we going to continue with our current approach to not offer any protection to AI-generated work? The biggest concern I have with respect to regulation in this area is that we are looking too narrowly, just focusing on intellectual property issues and not think about bigger issues like employment, national security, privacy, and other things. But my biggest fear is that we're actually asking IP regulation to do too much, so that we fold all this issue about national security, privacy, employment, job displacement, everything into whatever legislation we can find. And if IP is the way to go, we just fold all of them together. And that's actually my biggest fear.
Well, yeah, so I mean, if we do zoom out and focus on what the regulatory landscape is going to look like for AI, yeah, we're all trying to figure that out, right? And I think a lot of industry is probably understandably nervous about this. What are your thoughts on how regulation of AI will or should be approached? Let's start with Jags.
So we are actually dealing with this very subject in our Commission on Software-Defined Warfare. Army has this Project Linchpin, which is the key component for all of AI work that the US Army is going to do. And the question comes is like, okay, if I buy, let's say, a model from company A, and company B then comes in with more data for that to augment it, and they retrain the model. And then the company C then goes and deploys it for some tactical use case, and something goes wrong. Who's to blame? Who owns the IP? Where? All those questions are still being asked, and we have no idea what those answers are, right? So, from my perspective, I think we need to go in with a complete open eye and not be too strict in our regulations. Learn step by step and then start to regulate from there rather than going 100% regulation from day one.
Agree. Anybody else have any thoughts on regulations?
I have a question, perhaps for Peter. Do you see a day where all generative AI are going to produce goods will be digitally watermarked, such that they'll be demarcated and easily identified?
So we have been trying to provide legislation about digital rights management for a long time, right? So we have provision on rights management information in the DMCA way back in 1998. We have been continually focusing on whether to add watermark. I know, for example, some countries have already adopted legislation requiring watermark to be attached to AI generated work. The difficulty is that watermark can be removed. And so when people are using the data where the watermark has been removed for training purposes, that becomes quite difficult for any AI developers to actually figure out where it is coming from, right? So I think that's going to be an ongoing issue, because I think a lot of the rights holders will want to make sure that there will be a watermark to make sure that their work will not be trained or in jurisdiction where they actually provide for any opt-out mechanism that allow the authors to opt out from the training process. They will want to have a watermark or at least some metadata to indicate where it's coming from. But we face some of the challenges. And going back to John's question, I think we are in a political climate where we actually have a tough time getting through very big legislation on AI in general, right? So anything that is more detailed, that's more specific, tends to have a bigger chance of achieving, whether it's at the domestic level or whether it's at the international level. And I think if we are trying to, and I agree with Jack in terms of like, we should do the step-by-step incremental approach. I think we are going for any legislation, obviously, it won't happen very soon, especially with the election coming up. But any time we want to push through legislation, I think the more targeted, the more specific you can find, the bigger chance of success you have.
Yeah, just have a general comment. So obviously, Department of Defense has pushed out their policy and their ethics for AI initially. And so I think one of the keys for that is just to communicate very clearly what those are and open the lanes up for discussion, because this is a quickly changing landscape, and they have to be willing to take a look at that and update and modify that policy based on what we're learning in industry and, in terms of, engaging with other countries out there as well and how they're treating AI. So again, it's got to be that constant communication and two-way street and open-mindedness to take another look at it.
There is this fear whenever we bring up the topic of regulation with AI that it's gonna just hamstring us in our ability to adapt and innovate right quickly, and that'll make us lose our competitive advantage. So, do you have any insight on how say the EU or China are doing it, and that we might learn from, or learn what not to do based on what they're doing?
So right now, the EU is proposing an AI Act where the focus will be on transparency. And I know some of the colleagues from like Sweden and Finland are here. They are in a much better position to talk about what's going on there. But I think it's going to be difficult because the transparency-based model works very well with personal data. It works much less effectively with respect to the use of, for example, copyrighted works for training purposes, because the copyrighted works are not residing within the system after it has been trained. So then you cannot use the same approach to say you need to disclose what's included, or you need to remove some of the content after the authors or the rights holders have opted out. Basically, you have to retrain the system, and then you also run into issues about what if the AI developers have been using multiple parties to help out with the training process. Think of it as a supply chain with many different parties. Then what type of obligations would you have? Do you know exactly whether the content is actually coming from the sources that have all been cleared? Do you actually have done the due diligence to make sure that you can do that? So there will be a lot of different issues that will come up, and I think that goes to your point about how we actually fear that any approach in that direction will actually stifle some of the technological development here. Then, of course, you also have issues with respect to countries like China, who are actually developing a lot of AI regulation. China is very eager to find ways to become a leader, and we've been talking about the AI race for the last 2 days between US and China. And so I think that is going to be quite interesting to see where China is going. At the moment, the regulations are not that clear in terms of how they're going to address a lot of the, for example, the training process with respect to generative AI. And so it'll be interesting to see what is emerging. And then, of course, we also have our own approach, and we have a different political system in terms of how industry can provide input into the legislative process. And so I think it's going to be difficult to try and figure out what type of model we want to have both globally as well as domestically, in part because we don't know exactly whether it's a much better way for us to actually harmonize our current standards with other countries, or whether we actually take a very different approach so that we can maintain a competitive edge. And I think that is still being played out probably it will be in the next year or two before we actually have some idea as to what would be a much better approach.
I thought the presidential order was good. It balanced enablement with governance with equal priority. I thought it was also a great message to the whole of government that has to radically maneuver to become competent in this revolution that's going on. I mean, world influence is at stake, and there's two systems. If you haven't read Kai-Fu Lee's book, AI Superpowers, I'm guessing most people in this room have read it. If you haven't, you really will enjoy it. I think it sets the table and why the presidential order and regulation is such a delicate situation, because enablement is as much as important as governance.
Yeah, that I think just to add on to that, I think Stanford regulation group, they tried to see how much of the the orders were actually followed after the presidential order by different governmental organizations, and I think the result that they found was pretty negative. Most organizations didn't actually meet the timelines that the order followed. So, yeah, maybe it's just the implementation is much more difficult than the dream, right? Shift focus a little bit to another topic of interest to industry is jobs, right? There's of course the worry that AI is either going to take all our jobs or make it so that our jobs are too easy and we don't have to do any work, right? So looking at the current landscape of jobs, personnel costs, the way in which the types and availability of jobs is going to shift significantly, or already has in your various industries. What changes have you seen? What do you predict will happen in the short term? And probably more importantly, if some categories of jobs are going to be severely reduced or eliminated entirely, can we always count on it being the case that there will be enough jobs to replace them? Anybody want to tackle that?
Well, this is an interesting topic to me too. I get asked it a lot. I encourage people to watch the Microsoft Copilot video on YouTube. I think every professional out there, regardless of your discipline, is going to have the expectation within 3 years that you're competent to use a co-pilot in doing what you do. Those companies that have co-pilot effective professionals will win. Those that don't will progressively atrophy. So, Kai-Fu Lee's book and a lot of academics state 40% of human jobs are replaceable by AI in the next 10 years. That's really scary. The socioeconomic impact of that would be severe. So I think humans are, one thing we are is that we're a resilient bunch. We communicate well, and I think we'll use AI to accelerate communication, accelerate research. I was just blown away at how generative AI models now are being used to suggest or infer next topics in research. Big Pharma has built a molecular database, and Gen AI is helping it develop 18 more medicines per year than they were previously. And I think there's a couple national labs that have put all of the research of entire scientific topics into a model, and it's inferring next generation research suggestions, and the humans on the loop are extraordinarily pleased with the outcomes. So I think we're just gonna get faster, smarter, leaner, more efficient, greener, and the world's gonna get smaller, it keeps getting smaller. So I don't think humanity's at risk, but I think there's gonna be a lot of tectonic events, and if your economy has not been keeping up, you're gonna suffer. So there could be a global a computational world and a less computational world that emerges in 10 to 20 years. That's, I think, what keeps me up at night.
So, I draw a parallel to the switchboard employees back in the day, right? When telephonic invention happened, there were women sitting in front of switchboards connecting calls, right? Technological advancement made that job redundant. Nobody is complaining about that they lost their telephone switching job. But the problem with AI is that the speed of innovation, the rapid acceptance and adoption of the technology is I've never seen before at this scale, right? So that's why, like, we as humans have always adopted to technological changes, from horse-driven bogies to automobiles to telephone switching to automatic phone connections and stuff. Today, the problem is that rapid switching, rapid adoption of technology. I think Vinod Khosla said last year that 80% jobs will be automated through AI. So can we make jobs be done faster? For example, one of the use cases that we are looking at right now is when you go to a radiology test, right? Today, the attendant right there at the machine actually can read the results, but will never tell you what it is because of whatever obligations and stuff. But that result goes in a queue for the radiologist to look at. What if we are able to run AI and the AI is basically going to prioritize, hey doc, this particular result looks, you need more attention to it, or it needs priority care, so I'm going to bump that up in the queue rather than in a first in, first out manner. So that actually accelerates the time to care. It's not eliminating anybody's job, but you can do more with less, right? So that's kind of like, I'm a glass full guy, half full guy, so optimistic about it. So that's the way I would look at it.
So what I tell my students is, if you actually know more about technology or know more about algorithm, you'll be much better off as a lawyer, right? So this is actually surprising to a lot of students at law school, because that's not why they get into law school, and that's actually not what they're thinking about. So for those of you who are doing computer science, doing engineering, law school is good for you right now because it's very attractive, obviously. There's the advertisement for law school education. But think about it this way. In the future, most of the legal system will be a hybrid arrangement between both human decision makers as well as algorithms and machines. And so any lawyers who need to function well will need to know exactly the interface between the law and technology. And without knowing a lot about technology or knowing even how the algorithm will work, it will be very hard to help your clients, right? So it will be very important. I think I agree with what Todd was talking about Copilot earlier. Yesterday, we had a future sensing session where we actually talk. One participant talks about the fact that you can actually convert your entire paper into a PowerPoint within 15 minutes, right? The biggest worries for us is that, well, you can actually create a contract from very beginning to end very quickly. Now, that doesn't mean that a lot of our students will be unemployed, because we still need external validators to figure out whether you're omitting certain things. You need to check it. But the number of lawyers being hired will be very different if we actually can have the first draft, second draft to be done before we actually bring in people checking the contracts. And there's also a very interesting ongoing discussion for those of us in law school is whether the contract drafted by an AI tool will be actually better than a first-year associate. If that is the case, then you still want people to have more experience as a second or third-year associate. But at the same time, a lot of the recent graduates will have a tough time finding jobs because AI can actually do a much better job as drafting contract or doing other things before you get to people who have more experience.
We've been struggling with this question in education as well because, coming from a computer science department, we're just used to telling people, oh yeah, you're worried about, your job being lost to automation, just learn how to program, right? And now, prominent people in the industry are actually saying things like, don't teach people how to program anymore, right? Or don't make it a core skill, right? So
math is cool again.
Math is cool again, yeah. Paper exams, I give them in class now all the time. And we have to struggle with this question now of what do we actually teach them that will benefit them, that won't just be changed by the next wave of automation, right? Maybe one way that we can answer that, and I'll pass this on to all of you, is how can we better supply your industries and just the emerging tech community in this area in general with the graduates with the kinds of skill sets you're looking for?
I'll start, right? Sure. Data, right? Coming back to data, right? I think Cisco published a stat many years ago. The entirety of internet was 22 exabytes in 2002. In 2020, we were producing that data, that much amount of data every 4 hours. Can you believe what that number would be today? And I think every student is a producer and consumer of data in heavy amounts, right? So understanding the relationship of data is a critical foundational knowledge for every student that's graduating out. And then the second part, right, I'm going to be very selfish here from a latent AI perspective. We make AI models small enough and compile them to run on different hardware targets, right? So basically, latent AI, you want AI to be latent everywhere. It needs to be running everywhere. So for that, you need to have some core technological chops in terms of embedded computing and stuff. You know how difficult it is to find somebody with a C++ experience today? So personal ask is that, if you, focus on C++ and embedded computing, there is a whole world of opportunities waiting for you. Todd?
Yeah, I would add the highest performing project outcomes we've routinely have achieved have been when I combine a phenomenologist with a computationally efficient developer, right? So the double E's understand, and the physicists understand phenomenology, where the signals are likely to be, the interpretation of those signals, and will help validate the algorithms to extract those signals. But the computer scientists, the data scientists will make sure that it's computationally efficient, right? It's that winning combination, it's that blend. If you left it to one of them, you'd get no signals and a very efficient code. And if you went the other direction, you'd have an exquisite algorithm that couldn't compile well. So it's that blend, I think, that we find is matching people together. So there's always going to be room for phenomenologists at the core of it.
Yeah. I would say most important, right, voice of the customer. So you're listening to a couple of industry folks here, and there's the very specific engineering or, zeros and ones kind of skill sets. You also have to take into account the human factors, how you're going to apply those and understand what comes out of that. At the end of the day, so I think one of my biggest worries, to be honest with you, is our generation, we are used to, well, hopefully most of us have those critical and creative thinking skills that we were taught, either in school or, on the job. A lot of the students today, I'm not sure, are going to be able to distinguish, unless we continue to teach that AI should be augmenting those critical and creative thinking skills. We cannot lose the sight of being able to teach those. It shouldn't replace it. But a lot of the kids, they're coming up with ChatGPT. It can write the report for me. Well, does your report make sense? Does this have any common sense? Does this have any application whatsoever? So I believe we still have to keep the balance of those technical skills. And people can learn skills. There should be retraining programs at companies too, when those traditional jobs go away and they're going to be doing something differently, to retrain those folks to be able to do that or bring in some new ones. But again, you've got to keep that balance between the hardware and the humans. One of the number one soft truth is humans are more important than hardware. And I will always believe that, because the tool is only as good as the people that are trained to use it. Again, you're going to have the people that develop it and the people that apply it. And if you don't have a good combination of those, I think that's when we fail.
Yeah, one thing we need to think a little bit more about is how to create an educational environment that will allow students to get the best out of that environment, right? We tend to have a top-down approach where professors have to teach the students what type of technology they need to use, what type of technical skills they have. And yet we in an environment where students actually can play with multiple AI tools and they'll acquire this skill set even more quickly than the professors, right? So I think it'll be important for us to actually think about how to actually have give and take between the students to actually see what type of technology they can use. And for those technology they can learn on their own, I actually don't think the professors can be more effectively teaching them, right? So our role will be guiding them as to what type of technology will be useful, what type of questions we should be asking, what type of pitfalls we need to be aware of. And I think that will be important. The other thing I would bring up is from some conversations from yesterday about how important is humanities. Whenever we think about AI, it's really about humans, about human condition, right? The more we actually understand the non-technical aspects, the more we are more informed about ethical issues, about what type of regulatory issues we have to address. And so I think it's very important for us to have a broad-based approach to trying to figure out how to move forward.
I think often, this skill set that you all have mentioned it often goes under critical thinking, but also data literacy, media literacy, right? And the education, colleges are definitely focusing on that and try to make it a priority. And I think one thing that we're trying to do is figure out how early we need to integrate this kind of education into the curriculum, right? My kindergarten son mentioned last week that he had an AI club, and they had an activity for it. And I asked what he was doing, and he said, "Oh yeah, I have these markers, and we're coloring this thing." Is that AI? That's just coloring, right? But then he described, oh no, they take it and then they have a computer scan it and display it on the screen or something. I don't know. Kindergartners aren't the most reliable narrators, but I guess it's just exposure to these technologies is sufficient as a way to start. But I want to ask you all a difficult question, if that's okay. So just kind of rewind a little bit and talk about the jobs changes that are going to happen. And we already kind of hinted at the idea that skill sets are going to change rapidly. We kind of don't know what to anticipate, right? But with every technological change that we've had in the history of our species, we've kind of had this idea that, well, there's some other thing that we can adapt to once this skill set is no longer as needed, right? How does that change when we have a technology that is in practice, and AI is not at this stage yet, but in practice at human level of capabilities, right? Where everything that humans can adapt to have a new job is something that the AI or AGI can do already. Is that something that any of you have thought of and how it would impact your industry? Or yeah.
Oh, I like to think it's throughput. I mean, I like to think we can double the quantity of submarines and carriers we overhaul and mission solutions we develop versus time. It's just getting more productivity with the quantity of human capital I have now, right? Yes, there's a training, there is a new set of skills and upgrading efforts we have to make, but inherently our subject expert force, our technologists, our trades, I can get more out of that current force. So it's just going to be good. It's going to lift our company and the nation's defense with that efficiency, those gains. I like to think of it in that context.
So I think the underlying question is AGI possible in any time soon? I personally believe I don't think so. I don't think it'll happen to the way of replacing a human being for all intents and purposes. I don't think that's going to happen in my lifetime, at least. I think. But as Todd was saying, like, most aspects of a human job can be replaced and can be enhanced by an AI system, right? Like, what makes a human is, like, our five senses plus that sixth sense of reasoning. I don't think AI will get to that sixth sense, but can individual systems master those individual five senses? We know, we talked about it, John, like computer vision today is like 80% of all AI use cases. That's one sense that has been over dominating everything else. My previous company that I sold had automated human hearing. The way we had positioned in the market was for predictive maintenance, and it was basically capturing the aging populations, the technician that would just go listen to machine and tell whether the machine is working well or not, right? We were able to capture that intelligence into a system, right? That's another sense, right? So things like this, you can keep adding sensory modalities into a system and make it more intelligent, but getting to that reasoning and putting it all together, I don't think it's going to happen, in my opinion, anytime soon.
Well, I draw inspiration from sci-fi, and when I look at, if you watch some of the Star Wars series, you'll see they have human-level AI and human-level robots, right, that can walk around, but they still have human beings as security guards watching the screens, right? And they can distract them, and then someone sneaks by, right? So I wonder if I know it's just science fiction, but I wonder if it's an indicator that even when we do have the technology that can do certain tasks better than humans can, that there's still going to be a lot of resistance and just a preference to have a human behind the wheel, right? Have you seen this in any of your industries? There's this well-known pilot effect, right? Where even though in a lot of cases, an autopilot can fly a plane better than a human pilot, people will prefer to have a human pilot or to think that there's a human pilot behind the wheel just because they feel safer. Have you seen that kind of resistance to AI adoption in your industries?
I'm guessing you're all about lethality.
Yeah.
You're all about lethality. I'll let you answer.
Yeah, I would say autopilot's great if all your systems are running really well, but when you lose an engine or hydraulics are out, I'm not sure how well the autopilot's going to correct that emergency and execute the procedure. So I think to some extent, yes, it's nice to have automated things, but in terms of risk culture and people allowing those things to ensure that a whole tube of people in an airplane get from one location to another, and assuming everything's going to go smoothly, I think people are still very comfortable with having a human in the loop. Might be different with cargo. I think maybe UPS or FedEx, maybe it's something different when you're hauling boxes versus humans. But again, I think it's good when everything's going smoothly. But when you have emergencies and things don't go as planned, I think people are much more comfortable with having the human in the loop. to handle that.
Here I go with time again. Humans don't perform well when time compresses radically. Today, AI beats top pilots in aerial combat. Eventually, human will make a spatial interpretation mistake, and the AI won't. A CIC, when in a very complex air, surface, and subsurface environment, can't keep up with the complexities spatially and dynamically, and systems have to augment humans. So, and hypersonics are changing the world, as we know. The time to act, humans on the loop can be very problematic. So, so time, again, in those very, very compressed situations, very complex spatially situations, humans don't scale. Putting 5 people in the CIC or 20 doesn't make the command decisions get better because of the time problem. But so I think it's a balance. We'll be in the loop when we have to, and we'll be out of the loop when we can't, when we have to be as well. We'll have to engineer those systems and hopefully not get in too many of those conditions.
I can probably add an analog use case here, right? Worked with a quick service restaurant, a fast food restaurant, right? So they were monitoring when the food comes out of the fryer and how long it stays on the tray. As simple as that, right? Like they have a quality standard of the food can only stay X amount of minutes in the tray before it goes to trash. Because after that, the quality sucks, quality fails, right? Now, there is automation involved in this and they're using AI to identify this. Still, the restaurant folks do not want to listen to the system completely because the quality matters to them so much that it is ingrained in their DNA. They have timers running on their watches. Everybody has a digital watch that they run and they check this. So going from high tech to low tech. So
Yeah, there's a big part of that. I guess not only that we want the human in the loop, even when we know the AI can do well for backup purposes, but I wonder how much of that is that we need someone to blame if things go wrong, right? I wonder, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. It's just a passing thought.
Well, there's always a social dimension of a lot of the issues we talk about, right? So do you want to have a case decided by a machine, or do you want to have a case decided by human judge? Then you go into issues about what do we want in a democratic society? What do we want for rule of law, right? Even if we know that the machine will give you higher accuracy and consistency, predictability, right? You might still want to have a human person to actually make a decision, not necessarily just because of accountability or who to blame, right? But also because we believe that it's much better in our society to actually have somebody who has been elected or who has been appointed to actually make the decision, right? So we might go in that direction. I think going to Jack's and also what Todd talked about earlier is that it's going to be challenging for humans to figure out when machines are actually making better decisions. And there are a lot of times where machines make better decisions, and yet it do not coincide with human decisions or intuition. And humans always doubt whether this is actually correct or not. And the more human decision makers are trying to correct those decisions, the less useful AI will be because they're actually making better decisions, right? So that's always the dilemma, right? Do you going to have human in the loop to actually intervene, thinking that the machine was wrong when it was actually right? Yeah. Or do you actually just let the machines do the job and then give up your ability to actually intervene? That's a dilemma.
Yeah, actually, that's a great point, Peter. How many of you use Waze for directions, right? I know where I'm going. You guys know where I'm going with this, right? Like, Waze will give you a direction that is a faster route to wherever you're going. But guess what? We overpower that and say, oh, I know a better path, and I know this is the way we're going, right? Yep. Just simple things.
I never doubt Waze.
I was just thinking about that too while Peter was talking, because my dad's generation, they just refuse, right? They say, no matter how much you tell them, no, it has live data about traffic situations, they can adapt that. They say, yeah, but I've been driving in this city for 50 years or whatever, right? And I wonder how much of that is just the value that we've grown up with, right? This balance between how much we trust our own intuition and the technology, and maybe the follow-up question there is, if you imagine the current generation of young children who will have grown up with incredibly capable AI systems, maybe even AI best friends, right? When they grow up and they're the ones that have to make the decisions, are they going to be just much more willing to accept AI overlords or, AI judges? Anyway, something to think about, something to be scared of, I guess. All right, well, just to close, let me ask you all another controversial question for all four of you. So think about, and Jag's already mentioned his view on this, but the possibility of fully human-level AI and superhuman level AI. I'm taking bets on whether you think they're possible, and if so, how long, and is your industry ready for it? And Jags, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'll start, right? So, let's think about evolution in itself, right? Like, I think human beings are at the peak of nature's evolution. The next step of the evolution is going to be cybernetics, right? And we're already seeing this with Neuralink, right? Like what Elon has created with Neuralink, implants that are going to help you become better. And, right now it's more about solving some chronic issues, but then that's going to evolve into more of like that superhuman nature. So our next level of evolution is going to be that superhuman. It is not going to be just machine, it's going to be part organic and part inorganic. That's where I'll put my bet on.
Okay.
Peter.
So I would say it's possible. I'm not going to provide a number of years because every predictions I've read is basically wrong, right? So, but I would say benchmarking will be important, right? We have a long time talking about using a Turing test to determine whether it's actually machines can have the same capability as humans. We now look at generative AI, right? We cannot distinguish what's been created by a human creator and an AI tool, and yet we still know that we don't have like super AI or AGI or something like that, right? So then the question is, well, are we going to change the benchmark in determining whether we reach the point that John was asking the question? And I suspect we'll keep on changing the benchmarking to the point that it will be actually quite difficult for us to answer that question.
So we went from a large language model with 1 billion nodes to GPT-4 with 2 trillion nodes. And if you plot it over time, we were within 5 years of getting to 100 trillion nodes, which should harness and feed all of human intelligence. My question is, what do we do with that? What do we do with that? But we're on a course to change history in 5 years. And the question is, what do we do with it? Maybe we should ask Elon Musk. He was pretty vocal about this a few years ago. But it's very interesting. It's exciting to watch.
I guess to me, it's kind of more of a concern about resources, right? So we're going to have superhumans, maybe, AI-enabled humans, but there are limited resources on this earth to sustain that. And so how long can that actually be sustained? Obviously, there'll probably be, a little more space exploration and finding resources not on this planet, but I think it's a balance of the resources to sustain this. What's going to last longer?
Well, thank you all very much. With that, we're at time. So I want to thank our esteemed panelists for this fascinating discussion. Thank you all very much.
John, thank you. Thank you very much. And Jags, what a good point. I'm one of those people that always think I know my city a little bit better than Waze, and trust me, I lose that battle each time. And my wife cannot understand why I just can't accept it, but I'm still fighting the good fight. So thank you so much. We'll take a quick networking break until 11:20. So please be back at 11:20 because you don't want to miss how Tampa Bay can lead the AI innovation. And we have a powerful speaker for you at that time. Thank you. You taking off? What'd you do, Elite? Can I ask everyone to take their seats? We are ready to start our next exciting panel. You don't want to miss this panel. This is about our Tampa Bay and everything. So the folks from the break room, can I ask you to please come down? Plenty of seats up front. No, don't go out the room. Come back in. Okay, so let's get started. So welcome back. And let's jump right into the next panel, the final panel on this great, exciting conference, How Tampa Bay Can Lead AI Innovations. Tampa Bay was the Forbes #1 emerging tech city, and I quote, this is from Forbes magazine, Tampa is quickly turning into Florida's tech capital. It has been exploding in the tech industry for several years now. There are over 50 software and IT companies in Tampa. Tampa is responsible for over 25% of Florida's tech jobs, and there has been a massive surge in tech jobs in recent years. Over 2,000 new tech jobs are anticipated in 2001, in addition to already vibrant communities. So obviously the article was a couple of years ago. So now our esteemed moderator for this panel is Mr. Chris Hunter, Chief Legal Officer at IWP Family Office, which will tell us much more on how Tampa is leading the way in AI. Mr. Hunter has over 25 years experience in business, government, law, and education. He previously served as a federal prosecutor with the United States Department of Justice, the Criminal Division, Fraud Section, the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida, and as a special agent with FBI. He's an adjunct professor at the University of Tampa, an adjunct professor at law at Stetson University College of Law, a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council, and I'm extremely happy to announce that he's also a non-resident senior fellow with our Global and National Security Institute. So now I'll turn the discussion over to Mr. Hunter, who will introduce the panel and facilitate the discussion. Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, and I would begin with a reference to Phil Hartman's Unfrozen Caveman Lawyer for any Saturday Night Live fans out there. Here I am. We have a great conversation to share with you this morning. Triparna Devirdi, professor here at USF, was unable to join us, unfortunately. She's not feeling well, but she is doing some extraordinarily high-impact work leading a new behavioral AI lab here at USF. This panel in particular is one where we're going to talk about how we in Tampa are leading AI innovation in a whole bunch of ways. And I first want to just observe a couple basic things about the truth of that. We have two combatant commands. We have a financial services sector that on a per capita basis has more employees working in it than anywhere else other than Manhattan, even more so than Charlotte. We have a healthcare sector that is harnessing the power of AI in all kinds of innovative ways, as was illustrated yesterday by TGH's Chief Medical Informatics Officer, talking about the ways that they're using Palantir, of all things, to better manage their beds. We have an R1 research university on whose campus we sit and stand here right now, which is extraordinary. You know, I've talked to some folks in some other settings about what it means to be an R1 research university, and sort of like being on law review in your law school. It's not a club you can just stick your hand up and join. You have to earn that, and USF earned that distinction as a result of the extraordinary work and groundbreaking work that people are doing, not only in theoretical research, but applied research. I want to lead into our discussion with Adriana today about the importance of artificial intelligence in national security, in other commercial applications, from a commercial perspective. And I'm going to start by talking about some of the things that have been happening in the Department of Justice very recently. And the first is a sentencing enhancement that the Department of Justice has just announced it will use for crimes that are committed using artificial intelligence. There's what's called a sophisticated means enhancement within the sentencing guidelines. And so for people who are using AI to commit crimes, they will serve a longer prison sentence if that sophisticated means enhancement is applied. A second is a list of 15 use cases that the department just published about 2 weeks ago. These use cases are ways in which DOJ and the FBI today are using artificial intelligence. And I'm gonna read a specific quote, because these 50 use cases include Amazon's recognition software, which, quote, offers pre-trained and customizable computer vision capabilities to extract information and insight from lawfully acquired images and videos. We could unpack in each and every one of those words, but the point is Amazon Recognition, a private sector company, is being used today by DOJ components to do all kinds of high-impact work that are designed to improve national security, reduce crime, and solve it when it occurs. Every single one of the 15 use cases, every single one, is one that is being done by and through a commercial private sector company. Right? The government is not at the leading edge. The private sector is. And it's the private sector, as illustrated by the panelists we have today, that is really leading the way. And I guess the last thing I would say before we kind of get into our conversation is to not to sort of put too fine a point on the competition part of this conference. Literally yesterday, the Justice Department announced the arrest and the indictment of a former Google software engineer who was charged with 4 criminal trade secret crimes for stealing artificial intelligence modeling, data and systems information from Google for the purpose of setting up a company that he also was a CTO of in China. He was arrested in California and is in custody now. I didn't have time this morning to check, but I believe it may be the very first AI-only arrest by DOJ as part of its relatively new disruptive technology task force. And then even 10 minutes ago, before we came up on stage, the Wall Street Journal news report, an exclusive, reported on how cranes at ports have been identified cranes in ports in Los Angeles that were built by and installed by Chinese companies were identified to have modems that are not part of the crane's operation that are able to transmit signals intelligence and other sensors. This is not science fiction, it's not made up, it's real stuff. And the competition is acute, and it's happening in our back doors and at our ports all over the place. And it's critically important that we understand that and allow it to really motivate us to think about what we can do effectively, well, and safely. Adriana Vakian, who is on the stage here today, is the founder and CEO of a company called the Ink Lab. She has been doing AI long before there's such a thing as an AI conference. She's been at the leading edge of identifying ways to apply artificial intelligence to national security problems in high impact ways that are not merely mission focused, but mission transformative. So Adriana, if you don't mind, first, share a little bit about who you are, and I think that we would also love to hear the short version of your founder's story.
Oh, great. So thank you for having me here. Actually, I was asking Chris, you should actually be more of a conversation and share your background as well. I've been in product development all my life, for 2 decades in product development. And prior to founding the Ink Lab, I was working in emerging technology engineering at Corning Incorporated. Corning is in your pocket, it's in your house. It's dominant on the consumer electronics. And I realized that there were no independent labs to do some of the work that we were doing in automotive with autonomy. These are pieces of work that require a different kind of team, not necessarily manufacturing. So I decided to leave my job at Corning and start my own company. My first customer was actually Corning Incorporated, and they actually, this is a very public story, they funded the Ink Lab to continue our work on emerging technology engineering and material science in automotive and other industries. And that was our first year of the Ink Lab. I have to say that during 2015 and 2016, we were really focused on the futures and the convergence of intelligent systems. We didn't call it AI at the time, how intelligence and how as the trends on the silicon layer and the trends of computational capability would allow us to drive consumer electronics and other industries to have a level of intelligence and autonomy. In 2017, defense found us. It's a very unorthodox story. We were working at the time with Samsung and Corning in heavy in commercial, and DARPA had a project called Explanatory AI. I have to say that in 2017, I did not know what a cage code was or how to work on defense, but that led to a collaboration with the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab. And our first project, our very first project that they presented to us was a project for the Missile Defense Agency. In that project—
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Where the Mullen simulation creates 200 routes, potential routes, and it's all good when we're doing deterrence, but when you are really flying either over land or you're looking at a launch area in defended area, you have to have some levels of assurance in terms of understanding how those trajectories may impact and being able to do a greater level of decision support and superhuman decision support. So that was our first project. It's called the Disco Table at the time, but it became a program of record in record time. It's called Cerberus today, has been delivered to 9 countries, and that started us in defense. And so great journey. And defense also led us here.
Yeah. And so at what point did you decide to focus even more so on defense and perhaps, at least for the time being, leave some of the commercial applications behind?
So I think that defense filled out our pipelines rather quickly and unexpectedly. In 2018, with the success in MDA, we were looking at expanding the lab. We realized that we needed to collocate and be closer to customers that were having all the needs, not only for digital transformation, but they would rapidly adopt emerging technologies. And by then, in 2018, I think AI was more prominent out there. And we decided to start looking for new locations for the lab. We started in DC, and we looked around the country. We went to Silicon Valley multiple times. We went to Tennessee. We went to Austin half a dozen times, and we came to Tampa. And
thank you.
Tampa has had all the conditions. This is pre-COVID, before the rest of the Northeast moved down here. It had all those trends and conditions that signal us as the place to move the headquarters of the company. So in 2019, we looked at, we have 2 combatant commands here. We have access to talent. At the time, the cost of living was very reasonable as well. This is at the time. We are all feeling it right now. But back in 2019, to bring the first AI lab to Tampa sounded crazy for many, many people. Actually, I have to say that also the fact that we were going to focus on defense, it was also unheard of at the time. And this is only 2019. We picked our home is Ybor, actually a former General allows us to introduce us to the landlord, and our home today is 20,000 square feet of a freestanding building in Ybor. Everybody's welcome to visit us. And from Ybor now, we are propelling a significant amount of defense technologies, not only for CENTCOM and SOCOM, but Army, Navy, and the Air Force.
Can you share, some of the use cases of the InkLab solutions right now? I know that you've been forward with some components, and there are a lot of things that you're doing that are innovative beyond sort of the math and the computer science, but also innovative and from a teaming standpoint as well.
Yes, great. We're working on areas that are really critical right now. So one area is trusted autonomy. In the area of trusted autonomy, DARPA ACE started a program about 2.5 years ago, the Air Combat Evolution. And what we learned from that program, what the performers learned from that program, is to be able to quantify trust in AI system. What gives the operator, a user, trust? And trust was, at the time, the #1 factor, coefficient of trust in AI was, and this is a published study right now, was reliability. So I call it the elevator program problem, which is if you go into an elevator, it's completely autonomous. You click any of the floors, you would always get there. And we realized that humans needed to expose that reasoning to the humans to be able to elevate the level of trust in autonomous systems. Another area that we're working on is an area a little more sensitive, which is multi-domain mission planning. Over the last decade, we're looking at a very transformational capability that needs to be delivered not only by a single domain, but the joint domains and the joint commands in multi-domain operations. So it's something that was very active right now, and we're fielding solutions that allow us to plan and execute across domains.
I don't want to put any growth pressure on you by talking about Palantir, but in 2003, I was an end beneficiary of Palantir's analytic expertise when I was doing counterterrorism work. About a decade later, I was doing some anti-fraud work for a Fortune 500 healthcare company and evaluated their healthcare anti-fraud solution. And then, of course, as I mentioned, just down the street, TGH is using Palantir for bed management. Not clinical care, but essentially, like United does, how to make the planes run on time, the pilots get the pilots where they need to be. And yesterday, I believe Palantir's stock was up 7% following the announcement of another Army contract that Palantir won to deploy some of its tech into some tactical sensor systems. The people who have been part of that Palantir journey have gone on to do amazing different things, broadening the ecosystem. Anduril can trace its roots back to some of the early Palantir funders and founders. How do you think about the broadening ecosystem that you were a forerunner in long before AI was a thing? And especially now where I'd like to think that folks in the tech community, engineering community are now understanding not only the importance of, but the intellectual challenge of trying to solve hard problems for the national security sector in a way that I don't think was fully appreciated back when Google had the Project Maven kind of blow up internally.
Yeah. Palantir is a great example of technologies of defense first, then move into industry. And I think that's very relevant to what I believe is happening. Industry is delivering and developing those technologies for defense first. Let's look at GPS, let's look at ARPANET, and then those technologies are delivering now capabilities to industry, which is the case of Anduril, the case of Palantir, and other cases. I think right now, what I see today is that they are critical technologies that are defense first, that similar to that spawning of other opportunities in the commercial sector that we will see in the next 2 to 3 years being part of critical infrastructure and critical industry.
And one of the challenges is how we protect that critical infrastructure and critical industry. And one of the ways I think we should think of critical infrastructure is not just as the pipelines that deliver fuel or the wires that deliver electricity, but the data, right? And so we've talked a little bit about the concept of adversarial AI, and over the last couple of days, we've heard different people talk about the importance of data integrity and trust and validation. It is a massive challenge, massive problem, but also massive opportunity, both for us in the United States and our allies to understand how to use that effectively, but also to know that it's already being done to us and how to ensure that we have the type of data integrity that allows us to develop artificial intelligence applications that people trust and that can be put to good use.
Adversarial AI is another example, I think, that you mentioned that. I think if you research today, the vast majority of those applications are focused on defense. And what is adversarial AI, just for everybody to have a shared understanding, is there's a significant amount of groundbreaking research that is being done to develop perversive models and ways to actually affect the saliency and the resiliency of a production model. So that was a lot of gibberish, but in simple ways, computer vision, which is 80% of the applications out there, is heavily relying on certain things that in classifiers of X, of an object. There's a significant amount of technology and research and applications that are used in defense that are trying to figure out how we would protect those systems from adversarial AI and models that will corrupt the confidence on that prediction and the confidence on that computation. So if we think about adversarial AI coming from defense and the applications that we will see in the 2 or 3 years in industry, we'll see massive applications on anything from stock market and predictions on stock market and manipulation of the ability to corrupt a solid model. And then we will also see other applications anywhere from healthcare and other areas. Okay.
Great question. Will Tampa Bay be able to keep up with other tech hubs around the world? How can it ensure to remain, quote, in the top and continue to attract expertise? A super question. And as I think all innovators know, and I very much believe that every one of us should think of ourselves as an innovator, it never stops. Right? It never stops. You can never get to a plateau and say, all right, we're here, we're done. Yeah. What are your thoughts about, having been in Tampa now with your company, about the present state and the future state for the region? For the region.
I think Tampa has everything going for it. Everything, minus transportation, which is a well-known issue. Yeah. It has everything going for it. I do think what I would like to see, it is a growing digital industrial base here. We certainly need more talent than what we have currently in the area, and we need the ability to attract that talent and put them in a competitive space where when we migrated the Inclab here in 2019 and 2020, there was no issue bringing talent from anywhere in the U.S. But right now, what we're seeing is the cost of living has tripled, and that we need to start looking at growing the ecosystem, number one, and growing the talent base.
And for USF students, undergrads, and graduate students, that's a great message to hear. Any sort of pithy advice for those who are thinking about this workforce pathway that they should be, it's just sort of how they would guide their course selection, for example, or their graduate focus?
Great. The pathway, this is very broad, the discipline of AI. I think that the previous panelists from anywhere from human factors engineering to data science to even data science areas of psychology. So what I tell everybody is don't think that because you're not a C# programmer you can't get in AI. There is many different disciplines where we hire for UX researchers. We hire across multiple disciplines. So for everybody at USF, there is probably more opportunity in Tampa than in the rest of the US to stay here and to grow.
A question here, what sectors or companies are we, as a democratically elected government, ready to subsidize based on national security grounds, and how do we advertise that to the population? Let me just, in the interest of time, kind of reframe that a little bit. And, you know, one of the challenges is that artificial intelligence as a thing is susceptible to regulation, and our regulators, the elected officials, aren't necessarily, you know, computer scientists or engineers or business innovators. And by self-disclosure, sure, they don't have the necessary background to initially understand what to do and how to do it. So when it comes to sort of subsidizing companies, I wonder, you know, your thoughts about the ways in which government contracts can help validate a company's services, products, or solutions that then can help that company grow into commercial markets, expand a workforce, which inevitably is high paying, and benefit the economy more broadly as a sort of quote unquote subsidy.
So maybe two folds in that question. So where to invest is one, what areas that are so anything in autonomy, anything that has to do with trusted autonomy, collaborative autonomy, and autonomous systems is a great area of interest. We see that the demand has shifted our roadmaps. We had autonomy in 2025, 2026, and as we revise our roadmaps on all of our contracts as of last week, autonomy has shifted by, you know, 5, 6, 7 quarters to the left. And so that is an area that we see more demand than supply currently. On the second question about incentivizing and having, there's many programs out there, SBIRs, STTRs. I think the government has done quite a good job about creating the software acquisition pathway and other ways to, in other authorities to be able to acquire technology. I think that the regulations is still the other part of the government, which is the taxation side, is completely disjointed from national strategy policy. So we're looking at a punitive system, as Section 174 for all of you that do R&D, software development, AI, where we're forced to amortize that cost over 5 years and creating a massive burden on the P&L for anybody in this issue. So the message is we need to synchronize policymaking with national security strategy.
Yeah, and without diving into the arcane warren of the tax code, even on that it was such a wrong-headed piece of tax policy, but also is not really clear how that even is supposed to be applied. And I suspect that that's ultimately not going to stand going forward. But along the way, it just creates a level of confusion and uncertainty that is suffocating to innovators and to businesses. We're going to wrap up. We could talk for a long time about the things that the Ink Lab is doing now. I think it's important to just observe that your company is growing and profitable. And oftentimes folks think of technology companies, earlier stage ones, as, you know, we'll get there. Well, you already got there. And great credit to you individually, great credit to your team, and really, really thankful that you're doing what you're doing here in Tampa. As we wrap up, there was a question on a prior panel about, you know, what do you read to kind of stay current? And I won't ask you that because you do the things that other people write about, that the rest of us read about, so we try to stay current. But, you know, so much of what we've been discussing exists in context. And so I'll throw out my 3 suggestions. One is, on a daily basis, is Axios AI. Axios pre-selects. It does the work for you, right? So you can know that the that what you're reading in the Axios AI Daily Newsletter is sort of top of the news and it's been curated and it's worth reading. And the second is I would put a plug in for 2 books. And I realized that somebody the other day said that, hey, books, how do they keep up with AI? Well, it's important to understand that what we're discussing exists in context, and the context is well explained by really good books, as I remind my students. And the first is the book-length version of the Atlantic article that Secretary Kissinger wrote that was referenced on a prior panel. It's The Age of AI. And Kissinger joined up with our keynote speaker today, Eric Schmidt, and another co-author to write that book. I would definitely encourage folks to pick it up because it contextualizes so much of what we're discussing. The final is Rebooting AI by Gary Marcus. Came out a few years back, but Gary is a leading thinker and doer. And his perspective on the current potential future of artificial intelligence is super valuable to reflect on. And we look forward to reading about the things that the Ink Lab is doing so that the rest of us can be more effective at our job. So Adriana, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Chris and Adriana. That was just absolutely fantastic. Next, can I please welcome our research presenters to the stage to take their place so we can start our GNSI Research Quick Shots. Hungler, Nicholas Bustos. Yep. So now let's welcome our research presenters for a round of GNSI Research Quick Shots. Joining us today are, so I'm just going to go one by one, and as I introduce you, please go ahead and take 5 minutes to present us your research. Dr. Paul Hungler is an associate professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering and Ingenuity Labs at Queen's University, Canada. Dr. Hungler's research is focused in using machine learning to develop intelligent, dynamically adaptive simulations to enhance education and training. And he is currently on sabbatical at the University of South Florida. Please, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time here in Tampa, being on sabbatical from up north, enjoying the sun. So thank you. My research...
Sorry, that's mine.
Go in reverse. That's me. So my research, I received a grant from the IDEAS. It's the Improving Defense and Excellence in Security, so kind of a Canadian DARPA version of funding. And it was really focused on developing intelligent simulation. So the idea to try and deliver individual training, so personalized training to everybody in the training system, and this was focused on medical trauma simulation. If you want to go to the next slide. So the goal was individual training. So what we did was we brought in trauma team leads into medical trauma simulations, and because it was defense funded, it was a gunshot wound and blunt force trauma. And what we did is we used some previous training data that we had from driver simulation and other domains, as well as MAT2B from NASA. We put that information in, and what we're doing is bringing the physicians into the trauma simulation. We're collecting a bunch of data during the simulation, and then using that data to take the simulation that we've created. And as you can see there, the simulation, the physician goes in, one of the physicians, there's a full trauma team there, but one of the physicians has not the Oculus, no, they have the HoloLens in this augmented reality, but we've created an overlay over top of the mannequin so that we're able to change the actual difficulty of the simulation and the temporal speed that we deliver to the physician. And during that time, we're calculating a bunch of different sensors. So next slide. Perfect. So while the physician is in there, we're collecting a ton of different data, ECG, EEG, as much stuff as we can put on the physician's head as possible with the HoloLens as possible. And then we have FNIRS as well as eye tracking. So we're collecting all that data in real time. We created a machine learning pipeline where we took all that data and we did it in different trials. So we didn't put it all together. We're in that process of doing it right now, different modalities to get through, but multimodal data coming through, using that in real time to adjust the simulation. So if you go to the next slide. Right, so basically this is the kind of pipeline. It's that feedback loop. So we got all this, in this case, the initial one was just galvanic skin response, so sweating and that, and ECG, so heart rate monitors, going in, taking that, putting it through a convolutional neural network, bringing it back, and adapting the simulation in real time. We got some, and what we're really trying to do is we're looking at cognitive load and expertise. Those are the two factors we're trying to classify. We're taking expertise as whether they're a medical student or a attending physician, going from there. And then for cognitive load, we're kind of getting real-time identification from the actual participants in there, and retroactive, them looking at first-person video after the thing to kind of do labeling for our data and put it through there. So we did that as our training data, then we brought it in, had a number of different testing and validation scenarios where we brought them in, and we're trying to use this simulation to change it in real time based on our classification of cognitive load as well as their classification of expertise. And so really the goal in this whole thing is to get that personalized individual training at the end to be able to increase and improve learning outcomes. In the military, and I was our Royal Canadian Air Force, 20 years before I came over to academia, everybody's in training for so long, and we wanted to be able to use augmented reality and some of these new techniques in simulation to provide individual and personalized training. So the poster outside can talk to you some more about the new classifiers and machine learning algorithms that we're using with FNIRS and some of the things to get better estimations and higher order estimations for cognitive load through my grad students and stuff. So thank you very much.
Paul, thank you very much. And as Paul said, the posters are outside, so you'll get plenty of chance for the questions and answers to find out any other more information you would like for the researchers. Next, we have Nicholas Bustos. He joined the USF program, PhD program of Industrial and Management Systems Engineering in 2021. His research areas of interest are optimizing in the energy market and computer vision. Nicholas?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I'll present to you now my current research. We named that FT cycle GAN, a novelty frequency-based loss function for visual and IR image translation. So for that, let me introduce first what is a Fourier transform. It's a well-known mathematical decomposition that is using computer vision for decomposing an image into its basic frequency domain or components. So imagine looking at a picture as if you were analyzing a musical by its pitch, right? So that's the frequency from the music. Is it useful for computer vision? Of course. Feature detection relies on that as well. We can isolate many of those frequencies in images to identify some features and use them in CNN networks. We use that for image filtering as well, as high and low frequency spectrums. They convey different type of information. So for example, as you can see in the right side image, we're isolating the high frequency of the image, and we have a more smooth, blurred image. So that's usually used for noise reduction, which is the next point in the bullet points, because we can eliminate unwanted frequencies. And we can use compression. We can use Fourier transform for compressing images, so we only save the important frequencies, and then for pattern recognition, which works along with feature detection. If you go to the next slide. So in our work, we're using CycleGAN, which is a well-known generative adversarial network that works with two generators and two discriminators to create realistic images of a target domain. But for this type of network, we put two two generators and two discriminators in a cycle framework. In our current work, we're using as well two more discriminators for the Fourier transform domain or the frequency domain. So the generators not only have to generate a realistic image to fool the spatial domain, also has to fool the discriminators in the frequency domain. We use that for image augmentation, which is increasing the data information and train sets. We can also use that for fusion techniques because the RGB, for example, in our case, we're using RGB and thermal images. Both together can leverage the performance of models as object detection, for example, models. If you go to the next slide. So you can see some results here. We have an RGB image, and we have a comparison using CycleGAN, which comes from the paper as itself, and then FT CycleGAN, which is adding the Fourier transform component to the cycle loss, and then FT CycleGAN 2, which is using the two extra discriminators in the network. So that's pretty complex for the translation, but you can see in the last column a real thermal image that is showing underneath the car that has a higher temperature. Usually is where the pipes go. So all the metal is obviously higher, has a higher temperature. And you can see the same features in the FT CycleGAN 2 column. As opposed to CycleGAN itself and FT CycleGAN, that's showing just a different colorization of the objects in the pictures. So if you want to see more details, I'll be outside in my poster and we can discuss more about this. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Next, we have with us Dae-Woon Lee. He is a PhD student in the Department of Applied AI at Soong Kwan University and a visiting scholar in computer science and engineering at USF.
Nice to meet you. I'm Dan Lee from South Korea, and I'm currently visiting researcher, CS department. And my research is about aphasia type detection, and this research is previously published at well-known NLP conference last year. It's called EMNLP, and so it's my honor to introduce my research paper. Can you go next slide, please? Okay. Aphasia is a language disorder caused by brain structure damage and affecting speech functions. So depending on symptoms like severity or fluency comprehension, aphasia can be classified into 8 types. So accurate identification of aphasia type is essential for effective treatment and rehabilitation. And since people with aphasia often rely on nonverbal communication technique like gestures for supporting their difficulties in word retrieval, we propose utilizing both speech and gesture information is crucial in classifying aphasia type detection. Next slide, please. So based on this, to analyze the correlation between speech and gesture modalities, we developed a novel deep learning models, and we use multimodal graph neural network to capture the relationship between speech and gesture, and then here, I think it is better to explain about my model after next poster session. And here we use aphasia open database, and we employ automatic speech recognition system for effective data processing. Can you go next slide, please? Okay. And the proposed model achieves state-of-art result for like aphasia type detection, and it highlights the effectiveness of integrating gesture information with speech pattern. And here we found gesture features significantly outperform acoustic features in aphasia type detection, and it underscored the importance of nonverbal communication cues for aphasia, people with aphasia. So here we believe our research can provide clinicians with a deeper understanding of aphasia and to help facilitating for more accurate diagnosis and timely intervention. So here, if you are interested in our study, you can visit our GitHub site, and you can see more detail about our research. Thank you.
Thank you, Daewoo. Next, we're so happy to have with us Mirza Mashhadi. She is pursuing her PhD in Industrial and Management Systems Engineering Department at USF. Her research interests lie in the field of computer vision and machine learning.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mirza. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me. So our research is to analyze the impact of using synthetic data for object detection. So as you know, in the literature, we have different modalities, and it has been shown that using fusion algorithms can improve the performance of object detection models. So what we are doing here now is that we are assuming that we do not have the original domain of both images, in our case, visible and thermal. So we are thinking, if we have RGB image, what would happen if we generate a synthetic thermal image and then fuse them, and then to see how our object detection model would perform. So the motivation of this research is that first, we want to see if we use different features of each modalities, in our case, RGB and thermal. How is it going to affect the performance of object detection models? And another thing is that we did a thorough literature review on thermal object detection, and we saw that each researcher presented an algorithm, and then they trained and tested the models on a custom self-collected data set. So we could not have a benchmark. We could not compare the performance of these algorithms to one another. So these are the motivations that led us to this research. So what we did, we picked a publicly available data set which contains thermal and RGB images, but they are not paired. And then we train and test the models on the original domains to see how the models would perform on these original domains. And then we created synthetic data, and then we fused this data, and then again, we tested these object detection algorithms. So the algorithms that we used are YOLO V7 and FastRCNN. Can we go to the next slide, please? So as you can see here, we have the performance comparison of FastRCNN and YOLO V7. And as you can see, we did a sensitivity analysis based on the weather and hours. So we have clear weather and partly cloudy weather. And for each weather, we have daytime images and nighttime images. And the metric that you see here is MAP 0.5, which is the mean average precision for detecting objects in the images. Based on the results that we have so far, we see that for the FLIR data set, FastRCNN is working better than YOLO V7 overall. And another thing, we used CycleGAN for producing the results, generating the synthetic data. And we can see here that using CycleGAN as is cannot perform, actually cannot develop the performance of object detection algorithms. And only using the original domains of the data set have the best results. Another thing that you can see here in the graph is a very big gap between the performance of each of these object detection algorithms in the daytime and the nighttime. You can see, for example, for clear day images, we have 0.5, but for nighttime images, we have 0.1. And that's a really big difference. So more sensitivity analysis is ready on my poster. So if you have any other questions, I can see you at the poster. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mirza. Next, we have Stephen Steinley, who is a PhD student at USF's Advancing Machine and Human Reasoning Lab. He's a 7-year veteran of the United States Navy who has worked with both cyber intelligence and cybersecurity. His research focuses on identifying and modeling cognitive traits of individuals with large language models. Stephen?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Steinley. As was just mentioned, I'm a PhD student at the University of South Florida, Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Today, I would like to discuss with you how we can augment multi-factor authentication with cognitive modeling. Let me define some terms first. Multi-factor authentication is a contemporary security strategy where a user is challenged and is required to present multiple credentials in order to be authenticated. These credentials often take the form of, also, next slide, please. It skipped a slide. Yes. These credentials often take the form of something you know, such as a password, something you have, such as an access token, and something you are, such as a biometric. Next slide, please. Cognitive modeling is the process of making a computer behave more like a person. One of the most effective ways to do this is to utilize the cognitive traits of a human. Cognitive traits are simply the behaviors and characteristics that determine how we act. Let's look at an example here. Imagine that you're ordering food at a fast food restaurant for your coworkers over the phone. If they present you with a large list of items, you're much more likely to lose things than if they present you with a small list of items. This is an example of working memory. Cognitive traits, next slide, please. Cognitive traits each act as an individual puzzle piece when forming your comprehensive neural profile. We can utilize this in authentication by determining which subsets of cognitive traits are most individually unique to you. One of the best methods to do this is through the use of cognitive tasks. This is because cognitive traits cannot be observed directly and must only be observed through the metrics that we can see after performing the task. Next, please. One of the best tasks for this is the semantic fluency task. During the semantic fluency task, an examiner will provide the user with a category word, such as animals. The user will then be required to provide the examiner with a number of items that belong to that category word. For example, dog, cat, mouse, etc. Next slide, please. In order to use this for multi-factor authentication, we must first gather the cognitive traits that belong to the individual. We can do this by providing them with a battery of examinations, such as the semantic fluency task. Next, please. Once we collect these cognitive traits, we can map them and determine which of the cognitive traits are most individualizing, because it is absolutely possible for multiple people to provide the same semantic fluency lists. Once we have these cognitive traits, next please, we can then query the user upon authentication, upon login. This will allow us to authenticate the user by comparing their new results with the results provided during their initial battery. Notice that during this entire process, we haven't had to use passwords, credentials, or even biometrics. This means that while an adversary may be able to steal any number of these things through hacking or even simple theft, it will be much more difficult for them to completely steal somebody's cognitive profile. If you have more questions, I will be happy to talk with you more at my poster. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you to all of our researchers. And again, please visit them in the back. Their posters look just fantastic, and I want to learn much more about them. And this is also another example of the great research being done here at USF in this field of AI. So now we'll break for lunch, but please return promptly at 1:30 because you don't want to miss the next fireside chat between Eli Barakhtari, President and CEO of the Special Competitive Studies, and Prasant Mahapatra, our USF Provost. So see you sharp at 1:30.
basura que sale por los poros. Ya mi mente se fue pa' otro lado. Es que bailando tu cuerpo es la candela. Tú eres el llamado del bosque. Si no vuelvo en la mañana, que nadie se asombre. Que me fui contigo sin zapatos, alumbrado por tus ojos, con mi garabato. Cantando los grillos, están avisando. La tribu está activa, no están esperando. Voy a candela como quiera, relajito en el monte y que saque eso todo donde sea.
Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check. They should be able to hear me on that end. Hear me over there? Can she hear us? Are they able to hear us over here? Are they talking? I don't think they're sending me any. Yeah. You hear me talking? Okay. Yep.
Oh, you have? Okay.
But you are getting my feed, so. Check. Yeah, I heard him say good afternoon. Good. Keep talking to me, please. Yes. In your Zoom settings, can you go in and turn your microphone all the way up in your Zoom settings? Yes. Yeah, it's a little better. Keep talking to me, please. Right now, they're on lunch still. Try. How many would estimate in the room during the session? About 100, 120. Okay, so if you can, get your microphone as close to you as you can, in the direction that you're facing, and okay. How's that look, guys? Yes. Oh, much better now. So I think you're looking pretty good over here. How's it sound over there for you? Okay, sounds great. All right. Less than 10 minutes, so we're right around 8 minutes and counting.
About 5. Good afternoon. We'll be ready to start in about 5 minutes. So I'll give it a few more minutes for everyone to take their seats. So as you come back from your delicious lunch, please start taking your seats, and plenty of seats up front. Just 1 more minute, so we're ready to start. Please take your seats. We're ready to start our... Okay. So welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a pleasant lunch. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back, and I hope everyone had a pleasant lunch, and I'm incredibly honored now to welcome for this afternoon's fireside chat Mr. Yili Barakhtari and Prasant Mohapatra, USF Provost. I previously listed Dr. Mohapatra's impressive accomplishments yesterday, but a bit about Yili Barakhtari before we begin. Prior to becoming president and CEO of the Special Competitive Studies Project, Mr. Barakhtari served as the executive director of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, which was established by Congress in 2018 to make recommendations to the President and Congress to advance the development of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and associated technologies to comprehensively address the national security and defense needs of the United States. Prior to NSCAI, he served as the Chief of Staff to U.S. National Security Advisor, H.R. McMaster, held a variety of leadership roles for former Deputy Secretary of Defense Robert Work, and served as Special Assistant to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Martin Dempsey. Mr. Barakhtari co-founded the Special Competitive Studies Project with Eric Schmidt to continue the work of the NSCAI, The project has continued the research and reporting of the Commission while expanding the technologies beyond AI and the scope beyond just national security. So please, join me in welcoming Mr. Barakhtari and Dr. Mohapatra for our afternoon fireside chat.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so grateful to be joining you all for the third day of this summit, which is focused on really an incredible and timely topic, as I shared yesterday in my remarks. So this afternoon, I'm pleased to be joined by Yili Barakhtari for a conversation that will be exciting. I was supposed to read out the introduction, That was in my script, but you have done that already. But I would like to just add one more point that, originally joining the Department of Defense in 2010, he served in the office of the Undersecretary for Policy as a country director for Afghanistan and later India. And Mr. Bayraktari is the recipient of the Department of Defense Distinguished Civilian Service Medal, which is the highest award given to career DoD civilian employees. So that is a big deal. So Eli, thank you very much for joining us today. To get things started, can you talk about the work of the National Security Commission on AI and the recommendations from that body?
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohapatra. And I want to thank you, my journey into the artificial intelligence started in 2018. As you noted, the United States Congress in 2018, under the John McCain National Defense Authorization Act, created the commission I worked for, which was named National Security Commission on AI. It was rightly called national security because I think Congress in 2018 and 19 was worried about two factors. Number one is everything they were hearing from our partners in the private sector, especially Silicon Valley, was that there's a powerful technology coming our way, artificial intelligence that now most of us are familiar with, or at least we have tried one way or another at home one of these large language models. And then the second factor that I think drew Congress to create the commission was the efforts, the resources, and the strategy that the Chinese Communist Party put behind this particular technology at that time in our histories. Just as a quick reflection, in 2017 and 18 and 19, Chinese Communist Party publicly stated their goals to become the world AI leader by 2030. They put enormous resources, they had a clear strategy, and they knew this is going to be a transformative, once-in-a-generation technology to really move their society, their economy, and ultimately their military to a much better place, perhaps even surpassing our military might. And so Congress, with those words in mind, created the commission that I serve with and for. I was fortunate to work for 15 distinguished individuals, some of the most famous American CEOs, former public servants, and leaders in the academic world who had one task in mind. They had to go and look at what our national security agencies are doing with AI, what are the impediments to do more, and what are those changes needed in terms of legislation or executive order. So in March of 2021, we submitted a massive report to Congress, 759 pages. Out of that report so far, we have perhaps maybe more than 50 pieces of legislation that our Congress passed, to include one of the most noticeable, the CHIPS Act. But I think when I look in hindsight, why that report was successful is that traditionally our government, especially the White House, the Department of Defense, or the intelligence community, we produce these strategy documents, whether it's the national security strategy, whether it's the national defense strategy, or the national intelligence strategy. Those documents in the current era miss a really big piece, and that is the technology piece. If you look at the national security strategy, they talk about the economic prosperity, the military dominance, the societal benefits, education. But these documents lag a critical piece that is fundamentally changing today and setting the stone for the future, and that is technology. And that's why I think the National Security Commission's work on AI was so fundamentally important, because we walked into an empty space. We walked into a largely bipartisan space, because when it comes to the issues of tech competition in China, there is still an enormous bipartisan consensus in our Congress on the things we have to do to stay ahead.
Thank you, Eli. You mentioned about the activities in Silicon Valley. So I moved from Silicon Valley just 1 year back here to Tampa, and I know over there right now, people don't breathe air, they breathe AI. So it is very active area of focus in the Silicon Valley area. Can you talk a little bit more about what led to the founding of the Special Competitive Studies Project, and dive into critical technology window, quote unquote, that we are currently in?
Yeah, Dr. Moffat. So at the end of the commission's work, there was a general sense among us and among our commissioners that this is only the beginning. So when you look back in 2021, this is the pre-release of ChatGPT and the subsequent models released by the tech companies. So there was a wide recognition, and for myself, to be honest with you, having spent most of my career working inside the government, what I was observing back then in 2020 and 21 is, the innovation is really moving or happening in private sector. When you look back historically, during the Cold War especially, innovation happened inside inside the government labs. These were the investments made by our Congress through our departments and agencies to come up with, the GPS systems, navigation, the internet, everything that has happened during the Cold War happening inside the government labs. When I worked on the AI Commission, I observed that some of these transformative technologies are now being built in private sector. And the implications of these technologies will be felt for years, maybe even for decades, on how they're going to transform everything around us. And I think since the release of ChatGPT, you can see how big of a transformation that has happened only on the discussion and the discourse of these models, let alone on the opportunities and challenges of these models. And so when we got to the end of the commission, our founder, Dr. Eric Schmidt, was writing a book with Dr. Kissinger called The Age of AI. And Dr. Kissinger talked to Eric about this initiative he led in the 50s called Special Studies Project, which was basically an effort by private citizens, academics, leaders in the public sphere at that time to frame the competition we had at that time against Soviet Union. We probably didn't call it a competition, we called it a serious how to counter Soviet Union ideology and their military efforts. And so in the 50s, Dr. Kissinger led this effort called Special Studies Project that brought together the best and the brightest we had in our nation. And they produced a book that I was not familiar with called Prospect for America. It became a bestseller in the 50s, 400,000 copies sold. That when you read it from today's perspective, it really provided a guiding principle of how we got ourselves organized, how we build our economy, our educational system, our society, and ultimately how we build the military forces to counter the Soviet Union system of values and dominance around the world. And so Dr. Kissinger spoke about that project because he thought we are at a serious critical period today as well. We have these transformative technologies being built while we at the same time are competing against a near-peer competitor who also understands the importance of these technologies and is investing enormous resources to get the lead in these technologies. So with encouragement from Dr. Kissinger and with Eric's support and guidance, we launched Special Competitive Studies Project. We added competition in our title because according to Bob Work, who is my old mentor and boss, he said in competition you either win or lose. And you have to add competition in your title, so that's why we're called Special Competitive Studies Project. We believe that the critical window in this century probably is the 2025-2030 timeframe. This is where we see convergence of two, how would I say, currents. Number one is the impact of these technologies. So we saw the first wave of AI, but there are other waves happening at the same time. You have the biotech, you have the quantum, you have all the set of new technologies that are really coming online, maturing at the same time. And on the other hand, you have the geopolitical change of landscape, where you have, as we call it, the axis of disruptors, China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia, really creating a new system of values, new trade bloc, I would say, and also expanding their military ties to counter our system and values, our sphere of influence, and etc. So in our mind, 2025-2030 is a critical period. As the National Security Strategy calls it, a decisive decade, where I think both these currents are coming to path, where we have to be better organized, we have to have a clear vision of what winning looks like in this decade, because I think how we position ourselves by the end of this decade will set the course for the rest of this century, for us, for our allies and partners, and probably for the rest of the world.
Thank you. That's pretty interesting, and thank you so much, Eli, for that. I want to bring the context of the local audience over here. what role do we as educational institutions, and we have friends from private industry over here, so what role do we should be playing in exploring this critical window that you just talked about?
We have talked at length in our publications about this because when you look historically, after World War II, America built a triangle of innovation. That triangle of innovation made sure that most of the innovations coming out of our country came from three different sectors: public sector, private sector, and academia. That ensured that dynamic, that interaction created the ecosystem for America to dominate the Cold War in innovation, both in civilian and military. I think that innovation triangle has been skewed after the Cold War. Most of the innovation moved to private sector. We have demand in talent for the academia. We have to solve the people issue in terms of how we keep the smartest immigrants in this country. Most of these universities attract talent from around the world. Universities in the United States still remain the world magnet for talent. The challenge we have right now is we have to fix the pathway for how do we keep these talented individuals. Because I think that is our comparative advantage over China. As many people smarter than me have said, nobody wants to go and live and work in China. But here people are coming, they're studying, they want to make their living here, they want to ultimately contribute to the society. And those that want to contribute to national security should be welcome to do that. I'm an immigrant myself, so I'm biased when it comes to this. This is the best country in the world still for immigrants, despite the current political discourse. So my point is, how do we rebalance the triangle of innovation? How do we make sure that academia is set to win in this competition? And winning means, do you guys have the necessary resources? Do you have the necessary hardware? Because building these large language models requires a lot of powerful semiconductors that are really expensive. Most of the private sector companies have access to this. Not most, but I would say probably few of them have access, and then others that have, but the academia still needs access to these resources so they can, invest in basic R&D, invest in application, invest in building the next generation of innovation in campuses. And then private sector can scale this. That's what private sector is really good at. And for those that have dual purposes, that's when government has to step in, fund it, buy it, and use it for the national security purposes.
So you brought up this issue of competition, and that kind of takes me into the next question, and that is also a focus of this summit, where we are talking about the role of competition in the AI era. So can you kind of expand the scope beyond academia also? Can you discuss about the challenges and opportunities related to AI in terms of the strategic competition?
That's a great question, Dr. Mohammed. So, as I said, the work I did with the commission really opened my eyes in terms of how much China was investing in terms of AI. Now, it's really difficult to make apples to apples comparison where China is and where are we. And I think the last competition that is happening in large language models indicate that our companies, our talent, and the expertise still resides in America. But let's not forget that China is a big country. It has access to enormous pool of talent. Their universities still produce some of the best engineers in the world. China has enormous resources, and they're not shy to putting these resources to catching up. And they have amazing companies. I mean, needless to say, what we have seen in the last 2-3 years is a massive, I would say, proliferation of Chinese applications, be it in social media, in terms of TikTok, e-finance, online retailing. These are serious platforms. And I think China is not shy to invest in their domestic capabilities to deploy them globally. One of the things we have highlighted in our mid-decade challenges report that we published in 2021 was that we can easily wake up between 2025 and 2030 in a world in which the entire digital life and the entire digital infrastructure is controlled by Chinese companies. Think about it. Like, we closed our eyes in front of the 5G deployment, and all of a sudden, when you look at the world map, it's mostly 5G built by Huawei and deployed by Chinese infrastructure companies. piece of this. So how we build the future of digital infrastructure, what kind of apps, where does those apps reside, and where that data flows is what is going to build the future of the economy, and ultimately how we move, how we operate, and how our military, moves around the world. And so AI becomes a critical component of that because AI is a software that is built on a lot of data with really powerful hardware. So you need to control all these three elements of AI to stay ahead in this competition. Luckily, we're still leading in software because America still is really the cutting edge of building the latest software. In data, I think these large language models have proven that we can build these models. Although China has access to more data because of the size of the population and unimpeded access to that data. And the third piece is hardware. When you look at the key companies producing these hardware needed for large language models, they're still US-based companies.
Thank you. So at this time also, I would give an opportunity to the audience if you have a quick questions that you want to ask, or I have some questions and I can get on to my last question. Anyone has a quick question? Yes, Darren. So did you hear that question, Eli? Okay, so the question is that we have been talking and focusing primarily on China. Are there other centers of gravity that we should be worried about?
In terms of AI?
In terms of AI.
Well, I mean, look, if you look at what has happened since the release of ChatGPT is, I think we're entering now a new phase in which you will have an emergence of new players, new actors in this space. I think UAE and their release of their Falcon model is a great example that even small countries, albeit with a lot of resources, can become a serious player in this space. So that's one example I would note is that the countries that are seeing the opportunities in shifting their, I would say, national power are going to see enormous opportunities with AI. And so you'll have countries that will invest in hardware, they will buy software, and maybe they have talent. But I think these are I think this next era is going to be an era in which you will have an emergence of new actors, both state and non-state. Open source models, for example, they're providing an enormous opportunity for a lot of people that don't have access to proprietary models to build on top of open source models new forms of large language models. So I think the next 3 years, the way we describe it here at SCSB is we're going to live in this co-piloting phase. We will do a lot of these things with the help of these models. And I think there will be issues that will impact workforce and labor. But in the next 3 to 5 years, once we get to better and sophisticated models, we will enter a new phase in which these models will do much, much better than we're currently seeing.
Thanks, Eli. So we have another question from audience. With AI, do we risk a new military-industrial complex with governing abilities?
That's a great question. Now, it's hard for me to envision a military-industrial complex because I think AI is being developed by, primarily by the tech companies. I think we have to realize that we are in a competition with a country that has different values, different political system, and has serious ambitions when it comes to Taiwan, Indo-Pacific, and the world. Let's not forget, China has a policy, a strategy called Made in China 2025 that is called also a dual circular strategy, which means they want to cut off independence from the rest of the world in how they build stuff domestically, and they don't want to rely on anyone else on dependency for getting goods and services from anyone else. I think the Ukraine scenario really highlighted for them how an integrated country globally could come as a weakness in their growth. They want to be a global AI 2030, and they want to be setting the global tech standards by 2035. So my point is, I take the landscape as is, not as I wish for. And so in that space, believe that China has clear ambition to where they want to go, how they use this technology. Now, we live in a democracy. We are not China. We can never make our tech companies work with DoD if they don't want to. So it will be up to companies to decide whether or not they want to share technologies with the Department of Defense. But I think the seriousness of this challenge and the seriousness of this moment will require us to create a new forms of public-private partnerships in which companies that have something at the cutting edge that can help address military problem sets, they should work with our Department of Defense. We are the good guys in this case. And I think that has changed over the years. I think Silicon Valley's attitude and discourse has changed over the years. If you look at back in 2016 and 17, when Google had a petition among the employees of Google had the petition, and they decided not to work with the Department of Defense. I think Chinese actions against minorities and how they use surveillance techniques, I think the Russian actions in Ukraine has really shifted the mindset among the Silicon Valley leaders in viewing who is the good guy here. And I think you have seen now in the last couple of years, all the major tech companies really working with all the departments and agencies in advancing our national interests.
That was indeed a great question. So, before I get to the final question, I want to squeeze in a personal question also. I do work in the areas of AI and cybersecurity, and you rightly said that there are three essential components, hardware and software, where we are leading. And the third component, which is the most important one, is the data, because all the LLMs are based on large data sets. I sometimes worry that at the end of the window, critical window that you talked about, fast forward to 2030, would we have technologies to develop corrupted large data sets that will make the AI models or the learning models completely ineffective? Is that a possibility?
Two trends happening now, as you know. There's one that building these models is really expensive. First of all, because you require a lot of expensive hardware and you require a lot of data. So have we reached the maximum of the data that exists to build these large language models? That's the question I think we have to ask. Or what kind of new data could feed into this? And I think there's a camp out there that believes that their audio-visual data might help make these models better and better. And those audio-visual data can come either from cars, moving vehicles, cameras, everything that surrounds us. So that's one camp, I think, in how you get to the new sets of data to train these models. I think another camp is that we reached the maximum of using the data available that exists out there, and we have to build a new architecture around these models. But I think what we're seeing here is an explosion in large language models. I think the next 3 to 5 years we will see other forms of AI that are going to emerge that have been work in progress for many, many years, as you know. But of course, the more data you have, the chances that some of the data can be corrupt are high, as you know. I know that most of these companies have red teams inside, that they do a lot of evaluations in models. Are they prone to error? Absolutely. We see it every day, how these models can generate answers. Even today, with all the training that exists, they're generating answers that are not 100% true, or they are hallucinations, or they mirror your own needs in the world. So I think these models will improve. I think new models will emerge. So it's an exciting era. I think to address people's concerns, somebody asked me the other day, when do you think we will move from being a risk-averse society around the AI to maybe more of a accepting risk and a believer in these models? I said, once we start seeing the first instances when these models or the AI is coming out with cures on diseases that we've been struggling for many, many years, I think that might change sort of like the rhetoric around these models and AI, because we probably stand at the time now when we have the ability to address some of the issues that we were not able to address for many, many centuries, because we didn't have the data, we didn't have these models. And I think now if we start addressing the healthcare issues, if we can address sort of like the national disaster, these models do the predicting of natural disasters, the saving people's lives. I think that's how we balance sort of like the risk with the opportunity going forward.
Wonderful. So with that, we would like to go to the final question. And this is, I think you already answered a part of it. So the question is, where do we go from here? And how do we continue to engage with others about how AI is changing the competitive landscape?
So I'll do a quick advertisement here, Dr. Mohapatra, but like my goal and our goal at ACSP is really bringing the public and private sector together, because I think that's how we continue to lead, that's how America continues to lead, because these two communities have so much to offer. And so for that, we're organizing the first AI Expo in Washington, D.C. Nobody has ever organized an AI Expo in Washington, D.C., where our goal is to bring small, medium, and large companies that are at the cutting edge of AI, quantum, biotech, with government agencies here. So they can meet, they can exchange cards, they can talk to each other, they can see the benefits of these technologies, and they can help our government move forward. As I said, these technologies can fundamentally change how we do healthcare, education, all the things that these transformative technologies bring in once in a generation. If we embrace this opportunity, we have a chance to build prosperity for the American people and our allies and partners, build a country for the future, and also stay ahead of China.
Thank you very much, Eli. I cannot tell you how much insightful your comments and your thoughts were that you shared with us. This was a very interesting session, and thank you again very much. And let me hand it back over to our organizers.
Thank you, Dr. Mohapatra, and I want to thank the University of South Florida for having me today. Thank you so much.
Well, one more time, thank you so much, Mr. Baraktari and Provost Mohapatra, for that fascinating talk. Now we'll just take a few minutes and let me invite our moderator and panelists for the next panel to come up and take your seats up on the stage. This is a pause, not a break, folks, so don't go anywhere. Matt, is Matt here? Where's Matt? Oh, come on, Matt. Okay, so let's get started with our final roundtable discussion, which will look at developing the future of AI workforce. Our moderator for this discussion is Dr. Matt Mularkey. Dr. Mularkey is a professor of instruction in the School of Information Systems and Management and the director and co-founder of the Doctor of Business Administration program at the Mumma College of Business at USF. He's a Fulbright Core Research Scholar, an extraordinary associate professor in the Center for Applied Research and Management at the Northwest University, South Africa, an interdisciplinary fellow, a member of the advisory board for the Innovation Value Institute at the National University of Ireland, a member of the governance committee for the USF Institute of Applied Engineering, and a fellow at Tampa General Hospital Research, the academic medicine partner for USF. So now I'll turn it over to my colleague and friend, Matt, to facilitate the panel discussion and the Q&A that would follow. Matt, please.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the future of the AI workforce. It's happening right now, and you're all part of it. And I'm really excited to introduce the panel that we have before you today for the purpose of discussing the practical realities of what's happening today to transform our AI workforce. You know, we used to say, what was the source of the digital transformation of your company? Was it the CIO, the CEO, or COVID? We can almost say the same thing about AI. What was the source of the AI transformation of your workforce? And if you don't say ChatGPT, I think you're lying, you know, in certain respect. However, the panelists that we have here before you have been living with and implementing solutions around AI in the workforce for many, many years. In many cases, all that's old is new again, right? But we're very excited. There have been a few AI deserts in the past. I remember one in the 80s, something in the 90s, early 2000s. Maybe AI is really here to stick and stay and become part of everything we do and the way we do business. And so what will the human factor, the human training of models, the deploying of models, engaging with models, what is it, not what will it look like, what does it look like today? And how do we anticipate how we can position the people in our organization to best engage with, be enhanced by, and even exploit the AI tools that are becoming more and more readily available. We've seen user interfaces transform in all kinds of tech, where it becomes less about the tech and more about the usability. And I think you're going to hear some examples today of how that usability is transforming the nature of work and thus the skills, capabilities, and frankly, the contributions of workers in our workplaces, of the human, if it will. I always like to say I'm a design science research person. I spend a lot of my time working with organizations to design the future of products, services, systems, and processes. And there's kind of a relatively famous quote that I'm going to bastardize to say that, you know, the best way to predict the future is to design it. And so the people that are here in front of you are already designing the ways that AI is enhancing the work that gets done in their businesses in order to drive really one of three things: productivity, profitability, or native intelligence about the business. What I'd like to do today is have them each introduce themselves and give you an anecdote of something transformative that is happening with the workforce related to AI in each of their businesses. I think when you hear their introductions, you'll realize that we have quite a cross-section of business professionals who are able to talk to about every aspect of AI in the workforce. And then I'll ask them, once they've done that, we've gone through that, I'll direct a series of questions to the panel for consideration. We also have 3x5 cards, I think, out here somewhere. If you'd like to ask a question, who do we have in the audience that can give them cards? We'll come back to that. Dan, you could give them cards now. Do you have cards at the tables? Okay. If you do have a question that arises, I don't promise to ask it, but if you fill out a card, we will have somebody go by. Jim Cardoso, I think, will run around and grab some of those a little bit later in the presentation. So without further ado, let me kick it off and ask Eric if you'll lead us in the initial introduction.
Yeah, certainly. I guess everybody can hear me all right. Eric Vogelpohl. So I am a field CTO for a large tech firm, about a $6 billion firm called Presidio. We're based out of New York City, but we're nationwide, a little bit in Europe as well. And as a field CTO, I focus really on three things, and that's helping companies use data, traditional machine learning, so the AI of old, data science, as well as, of course, the fateful, November of 2022 when GPT-3 was invented. Now we all have to deal with the LLM side of the AI story as well. So I help them embrace that. I thoroughly enjoy my job. My tech is my life and tech is my hobby, so I have the perfect balance. You asked about an anecdote, one anecdote that we're sharing. I think this is probably the most prescient anecdote that I can share, at least with respect to the companies that I work with. And I deal with a lot of, let's just say, mid-sized to large enterprises that make up the Fortune 500, the Russell 1000. You know, Netflix is not my client. Netflix typically does not need my services. They can do a lot of that stuff on their own. But I work with tons of healthcare organizations and manufacturing firms and professional services firms. And one thing that we jump to, and this is an important anecdote, I think, for all of you to take, one thing that we jump to with respect to AI and data science that we're so eager to solve is the vertical usage. So the clinical side of healthcare, for example, spotting cancer or drug innovation or genomics, for example, or if it's manufacturing, they want to jump into quality and defects and other aspects. But once we start to unpack the opportunities of AI, generative AI, one of the things that I'm finding my customers say is, you know what? I have this back office behemoth that's just called corporate. And corporate has compliance and legal and the risk department and the finance department and the accounting department and the HR department and on and on and on and on and on. Can you help me apply AI and generative AI to those use cases? Because frankly, those horizontal opportunities, those opportunities that span many industries, have collectively a very large impact to productivity and cost savings. So that's one area we start with, just dealing with things like compliance documents that need to be written. I have a client that has saved enormous amounts of time because a generative AI model helps them read through tomes of PDFs and writes a very nice PDF report based on the findings that an individual can read. That's just one example of how this is transformative.
Perfect, Eric. We'll come back. David.
Hi, everyone. My name is Avik Batra. I'm a managing director with Accenture Song. Accenture is a large professional services firm. We do consulting services, technology services, business process management services, and I sit within an entity that is focused on the human and how we stitch together the services that we provide for our clients in a solution that makes sense for our customers' customers, right? If you look at it from a macro level, technology changes are hard, but if you put the human at the center of it, you can simplify it for use, right? And how we've been looking, as Eric has mentioned, AI has been around for quite a while. We've been developing and deploying solutions for many clients, through the decades with artificial intelligence solutions. And in November 2022, it democratized the technology for use for everyone to be able to use it on the massive computers that they hold in their hands or phones, right? And so we've taken the approach of, we believe it is the future. We're taking the approach of training all 700,000 employees on how they're going to need to start using this in their specific technology and function so that they work more efficiently. But we're also taking it to market and working with clients. I specialize in the state and local government industry, and we had a client that just recently we helped solution a call summarization use case for a human services contact center, right? So an agency that is supporting citizens in need with family assistance programs, traditionally have and historically have very long average handle times, right? So people waiting in telephone queues, then the call itself taking a while, and then the post-call work that the agent has to do taking a while before the next customer or citizen or resident is served. When that happens, we start talking to clients and saying, hey, you can re-architect your process. You can use a new, customer relationship management tool to start, creating efficient cloud-based IVRs. But this client was interested in using generative AI technology or a large language model in a low-risk scenario today to help free up capacity on, in a very fragile workforce already, right? And so what we did was like, great. Let's have a pilot set of agents used the technology where we built and deployed a model in their existing cloud environment with their existing security controls. And what we've noticed is if you have a large language model listen to that call conversation, it can start auto-writing the post-call handle notes, writing action items for that agent to take with tier 2 support, and quickly review those notes, submit it, move on to the next call. And it's been live for about 2 weeks, already noticing an average handle time reduction with those pilot agents by 2 minutes. And that's a lot, right? With 22 agents, 2 minutes per call, you're serving the next customer right away. So there are low-risk scenarios where you can use these large language technologies in the controlled environment based upon the technologies these clients already have, and get to outcomes much faster. So,
Excellent. Thank you, Albert.
Hi, I'm Angela Koff. I actually work with the Department of Defense in the Chief Digital and Artificial Intelligence Office. For those of you that were here for the keynote speaker today, you would have heard from my boss, and that's Craig Martell. I am originally from industry, so I'm bringing the industry perspective into the department. And the CDAO has taken a unique position in that we are at that level within the department over a massive organization, the largest organization in the world, looking at creating a cohesive framework under which folks who operate and serve as practitioners across data analytics and AI have the ability to actually work as a cohesive team of practitioners and have the communities of practice support tools and environments necessary to make it possible. One interesting theme that I think I've already heard twice now is if you were looking for ways in which you could really bring sort of like that stellar skill set to the AI community, it is product management. Because regardless of what you're going to do in this space, even if you're deploying technology, you're still going to have to understand the core problem that needs to be solved. You're going to have to be able to distill that into a series of activities that can then solve for that problem and then test whether or not you did it right and whether or not you made a difference. And one of the common themes across the department as well is the need for their business operations to truly scale to meet the department's needs of the future in the most effective and efficient way. If we were to put a dollar value on people's time within the department and the amount of time that they spend going from disparate system to disparate system, transforming their lives, and the fact that it's built into the nature of the department, the ability to go from one job to another every 2 to 3 years, there is a massive amount of man hours that is used to just shuffle paper or to just move from one place to the next. And so we're actually looking at a lot of use cases that are really focused on those activities. They don't sound fun, they don't sound novel, but they have a huge human impact. And so among some of those common themes on business are also the need for humans to be in the loop with respect to a lot of the decision-making processes that any automated technology is deployed within the department to do. So I think you'll hear that as a common theme up here as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Angela. Sharon.
Hi, everyone. Sharon Daniels. I am a co-founder and the CEO of a company called ARIA NLG, which stands for Natural Language Generation. This is a very exciting time for me because I started working with the chief scientists who were the founders of this technology, the original algorithms, out of Aberdeen, Scotland in late 2011, 2012. So this has been part of my world for over a decade now, and to see the evolution of natural language technologies really front and center right now is exciting. Over the years, we've worked with some of the largest corporations on the planet to help prove out the platforms that are trusted today in production. What's possible and what's already proven is really important today with some of the newer natural language capabilities. So today I'll share what we're currently doing with Fortune 100 companies like Fidelity and Pfizer and some other companies like Home Depot or Estee Lauder. The use cases that have become part of what we call digital transformation categories, and specifically within AI, is a lot around data analytics and language automation. So bringing those two capabilities together, applications, popular applications, anywhere there's a tremendous amount of data, which is in lots of places, across businesses and across government. We can automate the process of understanding that, the insights and the relevant insights within that data at machine speed, and then communicate those insights through natural language. So I like to share that we are wired to understand language. We're not always wired to understand volumes and volumes of data. It takes teams of people to do what we can automate today. So I'm really excited to share what's possible and what's already proven. What used to take a team of 70 people 30 days to produce can now be done with the push of a button. Once that's set up, the benefits, you have speed to information, which is critical. The nature of this conference is strategic competition. To be in competition, you have to be better, faster, more accurate, consistent, all the benefits that this type of technology can bring to the world. So it's moving fast, faster than ever. I'm really very, very excited and proud to be part of this panel here, and hope we can educate you today on what's already happening.
Perfect. Thank you, Sharon.
All right, I'm Joe Partlow. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for ReliaQuest. We are a Tampa-based cybersecurity firm, 6 or 7 global offices around the world. And really what we do is we provide security services and our security operations platform for enterprise-level businesses. So think Fortune 500 and large-scale enterprises. I've been in cybersecurity for 25 plus years, always been kind of a passion of mine, so been interested in working in it throughout that long of a time frame. Really kind of my role at ReliaQuest currently is split half and half. So as CTO, certainly from a product and services standpoint, I work with our product teams, our development teams for really what's next for our platform. Of course, AI is now forefront of that. Like a lot of the other folks on the panel, we've had a data science team for the past 5 or 6 years or longer, but really in the past year and a half, we've really kind of seen that speed up, and it's really enabling non-data scientists to take advantage of these types of tools and use AI. And even though they're not as traditional developers of kind of the machine learning side of it, they do know the context better than a lot of those folks. So being able to take what they know and what they're experts in, and in this case, cybersecurity, and use those tools to provide better answers, more consistent answers, has really been a huge win for us just in the short time. And I think the biggest thing that I think probably all of us in this room agree is just the speed of how fast things are moving, how much better these models are performing. Even things that came out a few months ago, we're seeing exponential increases. Obviously, given what we do from a cybersecurity standpoint, we do look at the evil side of this as well. So we have teams that are looking at how can hackers use this technology, and they certainly are. How can they use it for creating deepfakes? So if anybody who's looked at kind of the deepfake technology, just in the past 3 months, it's been phenomenal how much better that stuff gets, which is kind of cool and kind of scary a little bit. So we've got teams that are kind of always testing the limits to see, hey, from a defensive side, where do we need to keep up from? And I think that's kind of one of the biggest wins that we've seen. And from a customer ask is, obviously ChatGPT was kind of the first one that broke through a little bit. And we do use chat in certain areas of our product, but for us, that's probably one of the lesser interesting pieces. Where we're getting a lot of value out of it is the automation capability. So being able to have a platform that has maybe multiple models, and we use certain models for certain things. That could be doing language translation for our customers that are overseas and English is not the first language, being able to take those security write-ups and translate them on the fly, or create automations where you think of, hey, if somebody clicks on a phishing email or if ransom gets spread in the environment, obviously speed is kind of critical for there. So how are we making those decisions faster? How are we enabling automation to do all the security controls and all the things that we've been doing for decades just faster and more consistent? So I think that's, for us, it's really kind of the automation side of it. Are we in danger of replacing our entire security operations center with GPT models? Not yet, by any means, but it's certainly making them more consistent, faster, and really it's been a win for everybody across, even not just the technical folks in our company, but really empowering even our marketing teams and our training teams to take advantage of this technology. And we were talking a little bit before the panel started of, well, hey, are all your workers going to be AI workers? And for us, yes. to some extent. I've certainly got the folks that are building the models, testing the models, implementing the models, but even folks that are in our sales team or our HR team are really expected to provide feedback and help train those models or create the prompts to make those better. So for us, it's been a huge win. And like I said, automation is probably the number one thing that we're focusing on.
Perfect. Thank you, Joe. And I want to follow up on that last point. But just before I do want to recognize Dennis Edwards, the CIO, CTO of Kforce, who is not able to be with us today, desperately wanted to be here, but he has the C word, got COVID. So he's out of the net for the moment. But we do thank him for contributing to the panel, to our panel discussions. And he is on the cusp, as all of these folks are, of developing AI solutions in a really interesting business world. Seeing his picture there made me look at my picture, which realized, that's pretty scary, actually. I'm not sure how they got that as the official photo, but Darren, could we work on that? Maybe we'll get less like me. That's it, exactly. Perfect. Well, good. Joe, let's follow up on that and then ask the rest of the panel. You just said, and I asked the question, are all workers AI workers? Or is it only experts and the specialists? Hit an example or two of people who are not normally considered experts in AI who have a real opportunity to take advantage, and then let's open it up.
Yeah, certainly, even the creators of, in our case, the people that are implementing the models and building it into our product are still daily users as well. So if you think about kind of what we do from a cybersecurity standpoint, we've got experts in the various areas of cybersecurity. They are not all data scientists. They are not all programmers. So where we're leveraging that expertise is, probably our main use case really is for when we're working incidents, and it could be a phishing, a ransomware, or any of the variety of incidents that we see, taking their expertise and helping them, they are contributing back to the prompts that we're doing. So just this notion of prompt engineering, of how you ask the models to get back what you need, that's kind of a science in itself. And those of you that have played with this know that a very, very small change in verbiage, the model will either tell you how to solve the problem, or it will actually solve the problem for you. So being able to kind of make sure that we're doing the right prompt engineering, and obviously they're the experts in that field. So being able to kind of change those prompts so that we're getting the right output for maybe junior analysts or folks that maybe have just started their cybersecurity journey, because we have all kind of levels of experts in our business. So another example would be kind of our marketing folks. Obviously, the marketing team is not contributing to creating the models, but what we certainly want from them is, how are they interacting with the models? What questions are they asking? How are they asking that? And then we take a lot of that data and use that feedback to help train the model. So, we have kind of the most simple level of feedback of really a thumbs up or a thumbs down. So as a marketer, I could go in and I could say, hey, what are the top 10, cybersecurity subjects that I should write blog posts on? And based off the results, they may take the top couple of those and then turn around and say, hey, write me a rough skeleton of a blog post for that. And then based off the feedback, they can give a thumbs up or thumbs down of what they liked or didn't like. And then we take that tuning back to, whether it's retraining our model or embedding other data into our model to make it more contextual. So every layer of our company is kind of an AI worker, either contributing to the model or rolling it out.
Excellent. Eric?
Yeah, I think a good framework to think about going forward of using the models is and this I don't think should be overly revolutionary, but it's certainly the time we're in, is that maybe we all start to think about ourselves as bosses, not workers. So if you think about yourself as a boss and you have next to you either a domain expert, so a model that you can ask very domain-specific questions in a very supportive mode, right? So this is the model helping you with summarization, QA, understanding nuance, contextual, these type of things, the things we know that these models do brilliantly. You can think about them as essentially serving you. And it's not going to be far, folks, where Microsoft Copilot and all the derivatives of the Copilots and the Googles and the G Suites and the Duets, I think it's now called Gemini, these will go from the supportive mode to the agent-based mode, where these platforms really become an assistant to you. So I think in the future's not too far away, that the average task worker, the average information worker, thinking of yourself as a boss of a set of agents that support you over a period of time is the correct way of thinking about it.
You know, I think we were talking about, and I'm going to ping Sharon for a thought on this too. We were talking about the fact that if you are still in the mode of type writing or entering minutes for your meetings, you need an AI solution, right? Sharon.
I think AI is going to influence every worker at some level. For the expert, we're able to capture that knowledge into software and share it. So it will democratize expertise. So we're doing that today. That's how we automate. For the non-expert, so for the expert, you know, extending on that role, that person will be a superhuman analyst because he or she will have the tools to do what they do, but much faster. For the non-expert, now you have the capability of sharing and democratizing the expertise. So it's capturing that knowledge of the expert, whether it's for legacy or just to expand. And it's all about getting things done better, faster, with more accuracy. So AI is, it's not one thing. In the world of ARIA, it's all about data analytics and communicating insights that can be actioned much faster. So we are a tool, really, for the human. And it's, as it pertains to the latest technologies with LLMs and GPT, it is an augmentation to what we call at ARIA deterministic language generation, where it's rules-based. You capture the information. It can be audited, audited, controlled in a platform, and then you can come around and add more about the why using an LLM. But for today, there are people that are trusting AI to, in mission-critical decision-making, it must be accurate. So that's a real hot topic around AI today. But the workforce is, I think, just going to continue to accelerate, as it has been over the decades.
Lovely, I appreciate that. And I want to pick up on that thread that says that there is something about AI today that is leveling the playing field for and with our workers. And Avik, I know you are seeing this and have some thoughts on that and the opportunity it presents to actually increase capacity in the workforce.
Yeah, just piggyback off what others have said already, it's not a matter of if, it's when, right? Like, and being able to understand the right risk tolerances for specific use cases is going to help even that playing field, right? Like, if we go back to the contact center example I was providing earlier, do you need to put an agent through 5 weeks of training to start serving customers when you can have the right content being brought up to that agent when serving that customer because a model is listening to the call, right? And if from a risk perspective of an employer, the concept of, there's turnover that naturally happens, and the cost to serve will decrease because you don't have to put them through rigorous training, which is even the playing field in terms of competition, right? So it's just, these technologies are going to be used to, level everyone up to the right degree in order to do their jobs. And whether you think about them as, as you're the boss and you got a bunch of agents working for you as co-pilots, right? Every organization is going to figure out how to deploy these things to make work happen more efficiently, effectively, because capacity issues are existing today, and it's just, the work is increasing, demands are increasing, and these technologies have the power to, level that playing field for both the employer, the customer, and the employee.
So in some ways, we see that it's only limited by our own ability to contemplate opportunities for the deployment of these tools, these skills in our workforce and across our business model. And I guess, the countervailing point to that is if we're not doing it, it's pretty certain that our competition is.
100%.
Right? And if they're clever, smarter, faster, quicker, more thoughtful about it, they're going to get there first.
Especially if they develop an experience that's more effective.
An experience for
The
clients,
The clients, employees, right?
the supply chain, the vendors.
Exactly.
Yeah, I totally think if we continue to think about just the customer experience role itself, if we arm, as you know better than a lot of us, if we continue to arm the LLM with the next best action, and it can determine the next best action, I think we fail as an industry if that next best action is done by a 1-800 call instead of a tweet or an in-context prompt that the customer can have their journey radically transformed without having to call the number at all.
Exactly. It's not unlike what Joe was talking about in terms of enhancing the capabilities of, blog posts and communications. And that really speaks to skills. And I'm going to ask Angela to take the lead on this one. A number of the questions that come from the audience are, as AI displaces whole sections of the workforce, what are the skills and what are the training opportunities that we ought to be taking advantage of today?
So I will contextualize this to say that this panel has a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge to pass on to this that is industry related, but in the area of the Defense Department and our ability to adopt some of the attributes they're talking about, it takes a little bit longer. And we also have the need to have the knowledge, skills, and abilities and tasks that we expect to come for the future implemented within the department as a whole. And when we make choices off of models, people can die. So it takes our level of confidence and our level of consumption of this and puts it at a level of rigor that is extremely important for us to respect when it comes to the adoption of the department. That's why I like to put things into two buckets. We have tasks and skills that are going to be for the purposes of business operations. Think your day-to-day job, the way that you're going to go in, do your particular task, execute on your day-to-day activity. And then there's also those things that we would say are deployed at the tactical edge that help our warfighters when we're out defending boundaries and performing the purposes of national defense. So I think from a knowledge, skills, abilities, and tasks, we have identified and have an incredible interest within the department for ensuring that the roles that we are instituting within the department are having parity and permeability with industry. We think that there is a unique role that we have to play in actually creating more supply of this talent on behalf of the United States as a whole, because this is a fundamentally short supply group of talent. And those tasks are going to change over time, and none of us has a crystal ball with respect to how that time frame is going to lay out. But we know that we need to look at the foundational elements of good data stewardship and management. We have, ask anybody, anywhere from 1,000 to 4,000 systems across the Department of Defense that run our day-to-day operations. We don't know exactly how many. We have more than 3 million people who support what we do on a day-to-day basis. Given a particular day, we don't know exactly how many. Part of this is because we're the largest organization in the world, and we don't have one HRIS that can be depended upon in order to be able to even keep those stats for us. So when we're looking at solving fundamental business problems, every single person within the organization has to be trained on what does it mean to be a good data steward. If you use information, how do you store that information? How are you going to make sure that it's captured? Sharon brought up legacy. That is a huge issue in an organization that literally moves its people around on purpose. Anything that somebody touches at a given role that they're doing today is going to be gone in a period of time, and that time frame is known, and we have to be extremely diligent about how we manage the information that they produce while they're in their current role, and then ensure that that information can be passed on to the next person. So when we're looking at this, we're actually taking it down. These guys are well ahead in the model piece. We're actually taking it down a level and saying, hey, how do we actually integrate all of the authoritative data streams that we have across the department? And we have a tremendous need for people who can do that work and have the ability to create inference from data sets and know how to best archive and ensure that those data sets that we have across the department are kept in a way that is discoverable and findable. Establishing just basic Vaultus principles across everything that we have. So there is a lot of that skill set that we're trying to ensure that we can curate and deploy quickly, and also be part of the supply mechanism to make available to industry as a whole, but then also ensure that When I say somebody's a data scientist in the department, they're actually a data scientist once they leave, and that they have a job once they go out to industry so that they can take the department's problems to Sharon, who can work with them in a different operating environment and actually come up with really good solutions for how to solve those problems. Because we also have fundamental functional limitations within the department for security purposes that prevent our utilization of some of these tools in an environment that would otherwise help us to move a little faster. So I think it's important when we're looking at these problem sets to know that our operating parameters are different, and the ability for the department to maintain that level of acuity and permeability is super key for us from a workforce management perspective to create these AI practitioners that actually have tremendous value and the ability to translate our problem sets to industry to be able to help us solve.
Beautiful. And that obviously really heavily applies to those seasoned experts and expertise that we've got to have to make all of this work. And then what other skills are also essential? I heard prompt engineering, for example. What are some of the other skills? Eric, and then maybe Joe.
Yeah, instead of the technical stuff, prompt engineering is awesome. I love it, and boy, you're right. A good prompt will make or break your experience, at least with LLMs. For me, the number one skill is curiosity. And I don't know how to imbue that into everyone. I think there's a story to be told right now that if you went and grabbed a random selection of 1,000 people, just literally at random, and you split them into two groups. The group that is aware that there is I'm not going to get religious here, but we'll say a semi-sentient, or at least a really smart person that can pass really complex tests that you could use as a domain expert, as a sidekick, versus those that don't. And what the ultimate consequence is for the group of people that haven't mustered the curiosity to spend time with this new crop of LLM. It is, I think that would be a powerful study. And to me, that curiosity and the drive to learn how these things can support you is the number one skill right now you can adopt.
Great, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I think there's always going to be that need for subject matter experts, right? So in an age where any one of us has access to probably arguably like the most powerful LLMs out there, GPT-4, Claude, you name it, whatever one's coming out this week, it's that context that's aware, right? And Eric, I love that notion of kind of being the boss, and I'm going to steal that if that's all right. Sure. Where like for us, when we look at who we're hiring into our company, they're getting hired for a specific reason, right? We think that, hey, you're an expert at what you do. We value your opinion. You're thinking outside the box. That's what we're looking for. So being able to take that knowledge and put it in the context of a powerful model, that's really kind of the difference. So we have kind of this saying in our group, the data science group, that kind of the data is our moat. So when you think about kind of intellectual property and what's our differentiator, when everybody has access to these models, it's really still that expertise, because all of these models, I mean, everyone in here has knowledge that is not available to the model, right? If we learned anything from, if you guys remember kind of the chat bots from a few years ago, Tay and the Facebook ones, the context that they were trained on, it quickly went off the rails. So when you look at kind of how do we avoid those mistakes this time around, right, is making sure that those models are trained the right way, you have kind of the appropriate guardrails in, and having kind of these subject matter experts being able to kind of train the models and make sure that we're applying the right way so that you're keeping them on context and they don't kind of veer off on all these tangents that they may be exposed to. So I still think that the greatest skill set is be an expert at what you do, right? And be able to leverage those models and whatever comes next. I think we could all agree we're probably barely scratching the surface on where this is going and where it could go. So keep up with what your expertise has, what you know, what you love, and then these tools are just going to make you that much exponentially better.
It's interesting you say that. I'm going to pass it to Sharon too. But if I combine that curiosity, can I demonstrate to an employer or to my current employer that I'm curious, that I'm looking, that I'm searching for ways to deploy these skills? I remember when spell check first came out, I had to kind of learn how to interface with spell check. Then I got my TI-55 calculator, and And I was told at one point that that was cheating to have that TI-55 because it had graph capability. Remember that? And yet these cheats, right, are in fact absolute evidence of an opportunity to apply our curiosity to these tools. And I love it. One of the questions from the crowd was, should I quit listing the languages I know, the software languages, and just say prompt engineering, you know? And I'm not sure we have, I'm not sure we're advocating for no programming capabilities, right? But it's probably yes and. Sharon, what else?
Yeah, I'll extend Joe's comments that, you know, stick to what you're good at. You still have to know everything that's possible, but being able to integrate and work with partners. So really it starts with what problem are you trying to solve? And then what do you pull together to solve that problem? So problem solving would be a skill set that I think people need to really crank up. Also, change management. Not everybody is comfortable with automating something. So that's another skill set that's really going to be key in every category. AI is not scary. It's not one thing. It's different categories that roll up under that umbrella. So really having an understanding and however we can lead with education and break down AI into its categories so you know what's available when you're trying to solve a problem. And that's what we do every day with our Fortune 100 companies that we serve. They come to us, they tell us what they're trying to achieve. I'm a big advocate of automate what you can and free up time, provide that consistency, cost savings. That's that competitive advantage that businesses are looking for, but also the government as well.
You know, and I love the fact that you talk about things at their basics. We still need critical thinkers. You know, we're being tested now at university levels. Are we afraid? You know, are we as academics afraid that our students are going to use ChatGPT to write their next paper? I'll tell you, frankly, no. You know, if I don't give them a more interesting assignment than one that can be solved by ChatGPT, shame on me. And frankly, if I give them an interesting assignment, and Jason knows this, and it's write a case, use ChatGPT for 80% of it, the mundane, right? The simple, and then apply your intelligence to that other 20%. And show me the work, right? Just show me the work, like we used to say in engineering. Show me how you got there using all the tools at your disposal. And, you know, I think that is the workforce of the future. And it's the challenge that we have as academics to train our students to be prepared for your workforce. Because the fundamentals of critical thinking, how to ask elegant questions, how to think at the top of your license, you know, which we talk about a lot in medicine. You know, how do we get the brightest minds to be able to spend all of their time at the top of their license and not translating their notes for 2 hours or 3 hours a night as a physician, right? So all of these things are opportunities that I think we are on the cusp of. And Angela, I know you had another.
Oh yeah, you could probably feel me staring at you.
Tell me, give it to me.
Now, this is a mixed opinion, not the opinion of the DoD, but me, okay? There are ways in which I think that technology has made us incredibly lazy with respect to curiosity and creative problem solving. My other life has a lot of retail service business experience and a lot of people that have worked for me, and there has never been a time when a workforce has had more knowledge at their fingertips in the case of a phone, and I have more questions that have been asked of me that could have been solved if somebody just Googled it, okay? So it actually came to the point where I put it in my manual, do not ask me questions that can be Googled. And I made it part of my selection criteria for people that work for me. I say that—
By the way, I refuse to answer those questions from my students anymore because if they can Google it,
Exactly.
they probably got a better answer than what I'm going to give.
Well, and so I want to foot stomp and repeat critical thinking, problem solving, workflow automation, and a lot of these ways in which we need to look at how to work smarter and not just harder every single day. And that's where I think a lot of what we're really talking about here is going to be influenced by smart tooling. And some of those new and sort of critical skill areas I kind of feel have been lost. It's kind of like common sense is not really common that much right now. And I think we can do better to hold ourselves accountable to us putting on our thinking caps and doing that work. So when we're looking at like some of these new roles, there could be friction analysis. If you're looking at a workflow that you do in the department, there's probably some steps that you do that are completely unnecessary, but you need somebody who's willing to challenge it and not just simply automate a bad process. You're gonna need somebody who's actually gonna look at what the outcomes that you're actually trying to achieve by anything that you're doing really are, and then driving towards those outcomes, not just simply digitizing something that may no longer be necessary. But that takes critical thinking, and I think there's a lot that we can do in partnership with educational institutions to get folks to really challenge themselves, because I do feel, just like for most of us, I think Excel 101 was required. It was required for me in business school. I don't know many people who do that anymore, and they use Excel like a glorified table, and they don't know how to do a sum function. That is a massively powerful tool in the hands of every single worker today, and it's not even an LLM, right? So there's a lot of basic stuff that we could go back to get people strong, but I'm gonna be looking for product people. I'm gonna be looking for people who can problem solve.
So we've talked about a lot of these skill sets. We've talked about prompt engineering. We've talked about taking advantage of things like autopilot, which are now becoming readily available. Adding curiosity to everything we do, make sure critical thinking is part of it. I like this mantra of show your work. I also like the mantra that says, but be an expert in your space. So you're using these tools, just like all the other tools we've had in the past from technology, to enhance your ability to compete as your own boss. I love that. But we don't have to do it all by ourselves, do we? We do have an opportunity to partner, right? We don't necessarily have to think, even in these discriminant proprietary spaces, that we have to build the whole team that is there to do all of the AI functions. Could each of you talk a little bit about, in your space, where partnering helps you kind of add a capability, capacity, a speed, where you don't have to build it yourself, and where you are building it yourself, if that's really core to your competitive advantage? Anybody want to go first? Avik.
So our entire business is run on the concept of partnerships. We are not technology builders, right? We are implementers, we are sustainers, we help run, and it comes down to ecosystem partners for us, right? Like when we come and solution for our client, we're gonna say we should be working with Microsoft, we should be working with AWS or the emerging technology that are coming into place, and that is where value is created, when you understand who is the top of their license and what to solve the problems that are designed properly. Otherwise, you're just going to throw technology at something and hope for the best, and it's not going to, you're not going to seek a return on your investment.
Do you have a for example?
Yeah. So for even that call, I'm just going to go back to that one example because I've been talking about it. Even that call center example, we did not build the model that caused or helped reach the outcome of the reduction of average handle time. We used an AWS service that had a Claude model and helped it stitch together to get to a product, or sorry, get it to an outcome, right? So that is where, in my opinion, I saw a crazy stat this morning that since November 2022, there have been 2,300 AI startups created. There's a gold rush happening right now. And what's going to happen, whether forcefully, naturally, that's up to debate, but there's going to be a dominant design that comes out of this on how we use certain technologies, whether humans are the bosses and their agents, whether they're co-pilots, and there's going to be providers of these models, whether they're large language models or large action models that everyone is starting to talk about now, right? And how they're going to be used in a way that accelerates and enhances how humans are going to start working smarter, right? That's where it comes down to, in my opinion.
Thank you. Other examples, partnering.
I'll jump in since we partner with Accenture. ARIA is a technology development company, and that's our core capability. So we are strong there, but our clients need services. So we partner really well with companies like Accenture to provide the services, and we provide the technology. We also partner with our clients. We do a lot of listening to what they're trying to achieve, and that's part of our roadmap. So I think we're in a world of collaboration more than competition in many ways when it comes to technology advancements. And that's why I mentioned before, the integrations of all these capabilities. You do need to stay on top of it because it's moving fast. You don't stop reading every day because there's always something new coming out and new capabilities. We're sitting on the shoulders of giants who developed before us. So I've been in technology a long time, and it's moving faster than it ever has before. So
How about a recent project that gives a good example?
Okay, so LLMs, our financial service clients who absolutely must have accuracy when we're auto-generating a customer-facing report or a financial report, compliance or performance and risk reporting. We do things in AML, anti-money laundering, and suspicious activity reporting. 95% accuracy is not enough. So when they tested some of the capabilities of the large language models and invested heavily to do that, they came back and said, we need to partner with you, ARIA, because we need to start with a foundational deterministic platform of data to text generation, and then use an LLM as a way to augment the commentary that we auto-generate. So we're actually getting a lot of guidance. We're working with them ourselves, but then our clients and our partners give us that feedback. So we're developing faster and better as a partnership.
Joe?
Yeah, I think for us, it's something new, right? So whether it's pride of our developers or just kind of that build versus buy mentality, we've always kind of erred on the side of building it ourselves. And I think, just the speed to market and just how quick things are advancing have really kind of forced us more into a partnership. I vividly remember 5 or 6 years ago where we said, hey, we need to build AI capabilities into our platform. This was predates a lot of the new LLMs. And I remember going to AI firms and saying, hey, what would it cost and how would we work together and partner to get this capability in? And it was, well, you're going to have to give us the use case. We're going to need your test data. It's going to take about 9 months to build a model. And oh, by the way, it's going to be $6 million. So I said, no, thank you. We'll kind of build it ourselves. And we struggle with that, right? We built up a data science team, and there was a lot of iterations that we went through where, now, even up to a year ago, we were kind of still in that mindset of, we're going to build our own models. We'll base it off the open source ones, but we're going to train it ourselves. For our purposes, we didn't need a lot of kind of what the general, models that were trained on the general internet were. It was very specific security knowledge. So we felt, hey, we're going to build the tooling up to build this ourselves. Not necessarily the models, but the interaction with that. So the ability to choose multiple models, or the ability to augment with our own data, or build kind of this notion of autonomous agents, where now I feel like, towards the end of last year, you started seeing all of the big, AWS, Google, Microsoft really kind of come out with those capabilities in their tool set. And I don't have 1,000 developers working on it like they do. So for us, it was, hey, that's great. We wanted to do this time last year, really kind of struggled in building this out. It's kind of a good validation that we were on the right path, but the speed of being able to partner with some of these folks has just got us there quicker. So now I can say, hey, I don't need to build that infrastructure. The market's there, and I can use that, and I can take my folks and really kind of build our use cases on top of that.
Yeah, I think if we had to point to one thing that has been transformative in the last 18 months, 12 to 18 months, is that ability to operationalize these tools. Eric, you were going to...
Well, I will tack a question onto this, and I think it's important, this build versus buy, and with whom you partner, and obviously there's a partnership point of view within the company as well, or within the organization as well from a collaborative perspective. But, and this is, I think, kind of profound in the sense that leaders, if you're a leader of an organization, you can mentally raise your hand. Those have raised their hands. AI is going to intermediate everything in our life. Everything. AI will be an intermediary layer to everything we do. I think a fundamental question that firms have to ask, even at the board level, is this intermediary layer that will augment and inform and help react to business scenarios and business process scenarios? Do we want this in the hands of only a couple large tech firms with whom we pay a very large tax to use each time we have this intermediary experience? Or do we want to take advantage of open source technologies and build some intellectual property in-house? I think it's one of the first steps you think about that takes you down that build versus buy. And then if you decide to build, how you build, the partnership ecosystem that you surround yourself with, be it the hyperscalers or the Accentures or the Presidios or any of the other companies that are out there to help you. I think that's the first starting point for me.
I think to build on that, then, we've talked around these ideas of proprietary and non-proprietary or open data, right? Training sets, who governs the training sets, who teaches the training sets, so to speak. We've talked about deterministic and non-deterministic models. And all of these obviously affect the kind of skills we either have to have in our workforce or in the partners we partner with. And if we're going to be smart about it, we're going to figure out where we're going to invest and then how we're going to partner. I think the future, as much as in some cases we are more proprietary, we keep it in-house, or the future is both, right? And so just being very smart about it. I think we also talked, and this relates to the workforce and the skill sets, about two things called human in the loop and the fact that there's not one thing called AI. In fact, I suspect the whole panel would join me in saying AI is actually a terrible misnomer, right? We're using it because it's easy, functional, we kind of get what it is, but to be truthful, there's no true artificial intelligence in the world today that we're aware of, okay? These are all models that are being trained. But having said that, there's still the essential human in the loop. And could you each comment about, in your experience, where are the critical ways to decide, where do I put the human in the loop? You know, in my supply chain, in my models, in my processes, in my decision-making, what comes to mind when I ask that? Sharon, you want to take it, and then Avik, I would love for you to go next.
I think the human will always be in the loop. If we're capturing knowledge into software, you start with a human. So that's the first step, even if you're doing a full end-to-end automation process. If you're augmenting humans' capabilities of analyzing and even with automation, the human in the loop, if you're using some of the newer technologies like an LLM, there's an absolute requirement to have human in the loop at that level. So until such time as the newer technologies are proven in production, they can be trusted, there'll always be a need for a human in the loop. And we'll always, hopefully, continue to evolve more and more, new capabilities and continue to innovate. So I don't see human being out of the loop ever. I think there's areas where we can fully automate, where the human can step out of that process, but even in the first instance, you're capturing this subject matter expertise. Humans will always want to be part of, being able to audit what's being done, and there's a big subject around the AI governance. How we use technology, so there's a need to bring the human in the loop there. It's just, I think once again, and I said it earlier, automate what you can once it's proven. I work with the private sector. It's typical that financial services, banking, insurance. These leaders are the ones, they have the budgets, they prove out the technology early, they can, they've got the teams of people, and then it becomes mainstream. So I think the general answer is we'll always be innovating, and there'll always be need for human in the loop.
Have you had a recent example where that really came up and you were able to say, okay, here's the point, a decision-making point or some other, where this is too important or too valuable or whatever?
Absolutely. In the area of compliance and risk, regulatory reporting, if you're turning data into written reports, in many ways, it's better than a human because we tend to be error. There's human error that can happen when you're analyzing large volumes of data. There can be inconsistencies or bias. So one person might see data in a certain light and another in a different, in a different light. So this allows technology to provide the consistency and the accuracy. When you want to go beyond data-driven narratives that can be very, fact-oriented and bring in an LLM, that's where you bring in the human, where they can use prompt engineering to say, I'd like to know more about this. Specific case in point, Apple stock went up. We can turn data into a written narrative around that stock performance, but why did it go up? Was there something did they have difficulty with getting a chip, or was it at a retail level? Was there did the weather impact? So that's where you can go and get additional information from trusted sources to augment anything that's auto-generated.
Perfect, thanks. Eric?
Go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so
please.
I have a mental model for this, and my mental model is a 2x2 matrix. And on the x-axis, I like separating work into something called forgivable work and non-forgivable work, unforgivable work, whatever the right English word would be. Forgivable work is work that can be corrected. We do it all the time. It's editing, it's journalism, it's writing code. You can correct this work and things are okay. Non-forgivable work is maybe it has a regulatory, a statutory, it's a surgeon, it's a lawyer. You have to be right. You're getting paid to be an expert and you need to do expert things and you need to do it right because there are consequences to mistakes. And then on the y-axis, maybe high return, low return, high risk, low risk, however you want to kind of scale this. And I think in terms of applying AI right now, I know it might be trite, but the kind of the bottom left, if you will, of lining up all the things that you can put into the kind of the bottom left quadrant and say, this is forgivable work and it's relatively low risk. So we're on the subject of CX, of our customer experience. I might be the first person to say that the first thing that barely needs a human in the loop today, it still maybe needs a human in the loop, but not for too long, is just like I said, and you mentioned as well, listening to a conversation and determining a next best outcome of a customer that has a complaint. If the low risk quadrant is less than $100 return or less than $100 rebate, and you can take care of that call entirely because it's forgivable, that might be the first thing that no longer has a human in the loop. Today it might, but very quickly it may not. And I think we move between that right and left on those two dimensions over time as the models become better.
Good, so it gives us an opportunity to actually map where various models might come into play and decide to go low risk, low impact, or forgivable early and often, and build our way, learn our way in the other quadrants of it.
Yeah, just to add on to what folks have already been saying, there's a concept around trust, I think, that, and people have said this already in their own ways, is it's trust and then risk tolerance, right? And I would argue that there have not been humans in the loop with artificial intelligence technologies already before November 2022. I go back to what we were serving with and implementing for clients 5, 6, 7 years ago. RPA.
And remind people what,
robotic process automation is a type of AI technology.
Sure.
And, expense reporting and invoice validation and compliance with that has been heavily automated already, right? Somebody submits an expense, we deployed in a bot to verify that the receipt matched the expense amount, and then say, yeah, bot, approve it, and then issue the reimbursement.
we all know that just
Yeah.
from our mobile deposit of
Yeah,
checks,
and that-
right?
and that-
We
that-
know there's no human looking at that
there's-
check.
And it comes down to risk tolerance, because somebody had created a policy already around that, saying, if it's X amount of dollars and the bot is able to read it on the receipt with a high trust score, issue the reimbursement, right? If it was a $10,000 one, you might want to flag a rule to have a human go look at it, right? I mean, this concept around trust and labeling is just going to evolve into the technologies that are newer today, and it's going to be around how people implement it. I mean, there's legislation at the federal level, at the state level already that we're monitoring around how different states and the government are going to be issuing guidance on how some of these technologies can be used, and it's going to be, to Eric's point earlier, part of everyday life, and it's how we all adapt to it.
Yeah, and I like what both of you are saying. And of course, as you've all said, we're in such a dynamic environment that what was the equation of trust, risk, reward, balance is changing daily
Yep.
as the models become more and more capable and competent.
Yep.
And Joe, I see you're nodding your head. Did you have another thought on this?
Yeah, just what you just said, right? That acceptance of risk. In our business, if you look at phishing emails or business email compromise, the speed of how to react to that. So if you rewind to kind of this time last year, there was some hesitancy of, hey, it's not worth the risk of disrupting the business or making a wrong decision where we're not going to leverage maybe AI or some of the automations to make those decisions. Fast forward to this time this year, and most of that risk has been tolerance has been lowered a little bit, where, hey, the risk of not doing something is greater than just taking maybe a potentially wrong action.
Yeah, and on that point, and then Angela, and I think that gets back to the nature of this conference. There is competition, and the competition will eat our lunch if we give them a chance, right? And figuring out when it's okay is exactly what we're doing as leaders all the time. Angela?
Yeah. To your point about, is more risk a better reward than not knowing? We're faced with that a lot in the department, and similar to your point about process automation. I think there's a very key role, putting my DoD hat on, in practitioners in this space being utilized to do the responsible maintenance, assurance, testing, and validation with respect to what we deploy in the department because of the risk. We have an incredibly low risk tolerance, and part of the culture shift that's occurring right now is the adoption of novel solutions, because knowing 20% more often is better than knowing nothing. But there's a lot of risk that comes with that. Sure. So the human in the loop becomes a key factor in adopting anything that has a low confidence rating, because ultimately before we make a choice, we have to know and have that human capacity stepped on top of it. However, having that 20% solution in front of us more often than not is better than nothing. And we'd rather have some information than none, and then there has to be a rubric on top of that, which is going to require humans in the loop. Even down to the level of data labeling, right? We have a massive amount of data. We haven't really talked about it a ton in this conversation, but everything that we're talking about relies upon it. But even in the task of data labeling, there must be humans in the loop taking that robotic automation or that manual transfer of that information into a bucket. Is or is not a hot dog, right? Is a car, is not a car, tank versus bus. There needs to be humans in the loop regularly auditing that material as well to ensure that we don't have models being built on top of flawed data sets. So I was trying to think of good phrases for it that didn't sound lame, like humans are gap fillers, we are glue, we are bridge. We need to come up with a really good phrase for it, but the human paradigm for how we can sort of take all of these automation processes together and then make sure that human in the loop function builds that bridge between what's been pumped at us and then validating that it's real is, I think, where some of the key roles that we'll see the evolution of the workforce heading towards us.
I really appreciate that. I've got a number of questions here that talk about incentives. What are the incentives, or are you experimenting with incentives to incentivize existing workforces to become AI competent? And what about any outreach that you might be doing to university settings? We've seen a lot of outreach in universities on STEM. Is AI just another piece of STEM, or is it a +1 to STEM? And should we be doing more? So what are the incentives internal that you're seeing with your workforces? What are the internals that we might be positioning for university and university students? Anybody?
I think for us.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks, Joe. Go ahead.
I think for us, the incentive, I think all of our workers, right, whether it's tech workers, marketing, sales, you name it, I think the incentive is they don't want to get passed up, right? They're seeing that, hey, this is a powerful tool. Our competitors are using it. Their internal competitors are using it, right? Like, who's gunning for their job? So I think that's been the biggest one for us, is just kind of that realization of like, hey, I'm going to get left behind if I'm not adopting this and using this. So, which may be the greatest incentive, I think, but.
You know, it's a funny incentive, because I remember when 7 Habits were, highly effective people came out. You know, those that actually used it and applied it did get ahead, right? In some ways, we're in a similar kind of environment. Eric?
Just don't read the book Good to Great.
Yeah, never.
That
No.
one didn't pan out well for
No.
all of them, I think.
You don't want to be listed in that book. That's right. Go ahead.
I absolutely agree. I am not, I'm going to be frank, I'm not a big believer that you can come up with internal campaigns to otherwise cajole or to incent or to otherwise inspire workers. I think, you know, the capitalism being the worst form of governance, except for all the others that are terrible. I don't know who said that. Some smart person made that. Was it Churchill? Joke. You know, corporatism I don't like so much, but capitalism I do. And I think capitalism, just in its very nature of constantly striving for disruption and innovation and competition, is its own incentive. I keep coming back to the fact that if you're not spending, and I hate to sound professorial, no pun intended.
That's my job.
That's your job. I hate to sound professorial, but if you're not spending time with the free versions of all of these out there, and really testing your mettle of how they complement, how they alter, how they can shape, how they can influence your life, I'm telling you, the incentive is you will be left behind.
I would not say the word incentive. I would say investment. And what I mean by that is, it doesn't sound like a marketing thing, but it's not. Accenture has declared that we're investing $3 billion in upskilling our workforce. And it's not because we're trying to incentivize people to have the skills to go deliver for our solutions. It's because we truly believe that this is the future. We want everyone to be successful. And to Eric's point, if we invest and upskill and give folks the tools and the ability to learn how to use this stuff, they will be successful, which will enable our clients to be successful and us to be successful. So for us, it's like we're not, you know, just to be blunt, we're not offering bonuses if you go get skilled, right? Where we are saying, you need to know this, here are the tools to go learn it, and we're investing in you. Right, and I think there's I'm not saying it's a different mindset, but it's coming with weight to say we all need to be thinking about how to use this, right?
If I wanted to stand on your shoulders, could I see sort of the tools you think are the most valuable to invest in? Are they out there, Avik? Do you guys publicize that or talk about?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
been a minute, but yeah, I think so, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
good. Angela?
I'm not going to lie, if you pay attention to the NDAAs for the last 5 years, there's been more than 15 ways in which we've been voluntold to make sure that we're getting folks smart in this space. But one of the issues we face in the department is that anything that we do is a zero-sum game for folks who are currently there, meaning if you need to get trained, you've got to do it on your time. If you, we like to think that by putting together a bucket of bonuses that it'll incentivize people to get it. But I think fundamentally, what we're adopting and what we're trying to get people excited about has to solve problems for them. And the more that we can illustrate the art of the possible and how folks can actually find a way to work smarter or adopt their jobs easier is going to be the biggest selling tool of all. There were folks who didn't want to use the computer. And I don't know if any of us know how we would do our jobs without computers today, because it's just become part of our daily lives. And so I think the more that we can create access, you know, to Eric and Avik's point, the more we can create access to the appropriate tool sets within the environments that we have. And again, I operate in a weird world because it's the DoD, it's not open industry. The more we can adopt these tools to make it show how it makes life easier, the faster the adoption and awareness will become. We have a lot of incredibly curious people already in the department. And because the department invests in education so much, I've never seen more people with more degrees in one environment ever in my life. There's more PhDs that surround me on a daily basis. But we invest in that education, but we've got to give people the opportunity to use the education as well. So we do a lot of training and we get folks smart in areas that they don't actually get to exercise on a daily basis because we haven't caught up our careers and their career progression to be able to reflect those. So I think there's work in that space that we can do that will also reinforce people's investment in themselves because they'll be able to actually utilize that investment. So that's part of at least our unique operating environment is to be able to do that. Now you asked a question about STEM as well. We also, as the CDAO, have invested a considerable amount with the Defense Civilian Training Corps to actually get after STEM education, where we're actually getting after sexy topics like data and the science of data and how to use it to your advantage. But we've enhanced some of the existing STEM programs out there purposefully to gain more exposure to students at even younger ages. So we have some of the investments that we're calling futures, because that's what we call it in the department, where we've actually really targeted a lot of the HBCUs, the historically black college and universities, and we're really targeting Title I schools and other places where we think there's a tremendous wealth of talent that just needs an opportunity to get recognized and then brought through the ranks to get there.
Yeah, I love that example, particularly in the context of the Institute of Applied Engineering that's right here and the consortium of universities, including historically black universities, that are now signed up to participate in those kind of programs using the agency available through the Institute of Applied Engineering, which makes it so much easier to deal with or work with the government. Deal with's the wrong word, I guess. Partner with, collaborate with, and get our students in front of. In fact, we had 2 of our students from our business analytics program in here earlier who participate in a similar NSF program. Undergrads, which is incredible. So we're very grateful. Sharon?
I'll just add that I think this generation coming through are very comfortable with technology and artificial intelligence already. So extending on giving them the opportunity, we should give them the opportunity because it blows my mind how my grandson will just pick up a device and know right what to do with it. So I think it's just at the enterprise level, giving the younger generations the opportunity to come in. They are already, again, very comfortable with technology.
Agreed. With that, and with your permission, I'd like to begin to wrap up. I'd desperately like to thank my panel for giving us an hour and a half of their lives they never get back. Thank you. Please. And I really appreciate the way you shared living, breathing examples of how AI enhances and offers an ability for all of us to take advantage, no matter where we're working, of the future of work. I hope you got some new ideas. Even if it was one new idea, maybe it's worthwhile. I think in our discussions, when somebody said, if anybody is still taking, and I repeated it earlier, minutes from meetings, you need to get an AI tool. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do that tomorrow, okay? Today, we're done. If you got one idea out of it, I think we were successful. I do really appreciate the seasoned experience and the cross-section that you were exposed to today. So again, please help me thank them for joining us. Thank you all. Thank you. Joe, Sharon, Angela, Avik, Eric, you're off the hook. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, Matt, I would like to thank you for doing such a fantastic job. I think Matt has. Give a round of applause to Matt. Well, folks, I have some good news and bad news for you. And the bad news is that we're about to wrap up our absolutely fantastic summit in the 9th Great Power Competition. And I would like to sincerely thank everyone staying here, and especially the you audience that have soldiered through the 3 days that are here with us. And I see some faces that has been here. Scott, you've been here from day one. Dr. Eid traveled here from Los Angeles on a red-eye fly, and we have Ian Galloway that has been with us for the last 3 to 4 GPCs coming here from Washington, and all of our partners that I've mentioned throughout. I'd like to thank the AV team for such a fantastic job that you guys did, and thank you for putting up with me and everything, and our USF police. And I don't want to go over because General McKenzie did a fantastic job with the acknowledgements, but Jim, I think thank you so much. I mean, there's so much being done, as we call it in the kitchen, that no one sees. This is a big tent work that, you know, we keep it to put this production together. And also one of our partners that from future we'll be going forward with, and that is the Institute of Applied Engineering. Chelsea, is she here? She has been here. Anyway, I would like to thank her. She has worked with us greatly. And anytime you start mentioning names, you know, there's a chance that you forget folks. Ty, thank you so much. Glenn and the whole entire team. So I can't say it enough. And the good news is we'll be back, and we'll be back shortly. The next one is on, I do have one other announcement, which is a big deal. As you recall, day one, I announced that the Journal of Strategic Security, which is on your program, was acquired by GNSI in our USF libraries. But here's the announcement. That's the good news. The first issue was just published under the GNSI leadership. So that is a very practical example. So now we look forward. Yes, that's a clap. So now Dr. Schnaufer's here. Please, he should be extremely busy Saturday nights and Sundays reading all the submissions you're going to give for the consideration for the publications to do that. So Jim, anything else you want me to say? Anyone I forgot to thank? Next event, here it is. So everyone take a picture, put it up there. We'll be back. And as always, give us your comments. We're always trying to improve. So most of the things that we're doing right now is based on your feedback, is based on your comments. You want us to do something more of? We'll consider it. You want us to do something less of? We'll consider it. So this is for you guys. Thank you very much for everybody.